Good morning, guys. Welcome back. Today, we're starting a new project. That's always the most exciting part. So the plan is to build a sugar shack. Now, you guys might be thinking, this is a crazy time to be building a sugar shack. It's sort of in the middle of the winter. It's the coldest day of the year so far. It's like minus 18 degrees outside. And I'm in the pine trees. I'm looking for some logs. So this pine forest, the history of it, it was planted in about 1967, 1968, 1969. So the trees have been planted, it's never been thinned. It's basically a forest fire waiting to happen. So my job is to try to mitigate that risk by taking out all of the dead trees. And I'm gonna use them to build a sugar shack. So it's kind of like it's a dual purpose, two birds, one stone. Kind of like a carbon sequestration. So if they just rot, they release CO2. And if you build them, it basically stores the carbon. There's a lot of benefits to this. And it also helps kind of give light to the forest floor in this little forest. Because as you can tell, it's sunny out today and there's no light getting down to the forest floor. Let's get cutting. I'm freezing just standing around. It's cold. I got Don. Don's here today. See Don? Don's saying hello. He's a little blur in the background. We've got full PPE on today too. Don's got his helmet, his chap. By chaps it means little splash pants. He's not really going to be using the saw. I got my chaps. I've got my thing. We've got our saws all gassed up and ready to go. What's that? One down?
One down.
How many we got left?
I have no idea.
There's the positivity right there. That's one tree. One tree cut to length, one log, 13 feet long. Oh, this is gonna be a chore. So many of you don't realize how much work this actually is. It's probably easier to build a log cabin if you just go buy fence posts and build it. It's almost more work acquiring the material than it is actually going to be building this cabin, although it has to be done. So that's why we're doing it. We have to do it. Don's been limbing the trees as I've been cutting them. So he got the little tiny saw, little baby saw, the MS 170 steel. He's got that guy for limbing, and I've got the 261C and the 261 steel to cut them down. They're really light. And again, these are the ones that we're cutting are standing dead. So all the tree huggers out there you're cutting live trees. We're making room for the new trees to grow and preventing catastrophic forest fires in the future. The whole process of selecting these things are pretty easy because you kind of go up to them and you look up and you can see that this one's dead. You can see the bark is all sloughing off. You look up top, there's no green pine on it. And if you were building a traditional log cabin, like the old, the way the Northmen did, is they would actually come out at this time of the year. What is it, like the second full moon in January or something like that? And what they'd do is they'd peel the bark off of the tree all the way up, kind of basically hatching the tree. And what it does is it causes stress in the tree and it forces whatever the stuff is to go to the inside of the tree to get out of the cambium layer to go to the center of the tree, actually making it harder. It's an old technique. But we're not doing that. We're just cutting the dead trees and we're gonna make something out of the dead. So there. Don picked that one. That one's Don's baby. So he's gonna take the little tiny saw and limb it up, and then I will come and cut it down with the big one. So far so good. One tree down, hundreds to go. Not as heavy as you think it would be. When you cut a tree down, usually what you would do is do a front notch. And what that is like a pie-shaped cut out of the front of the tree, and then you follow that with a back cut. And usually the tree would fall to the direction where your notch is. What we're finding in this forest in particular is that the trees are so close together, you can cut them off straight and they just stand there. They're like just poles, they don't go anywhere. So the logs themselves are not overly heavy. I'm not that concerned if it falls on me. If they're crazy heavy, I would be more concerned of them crushing me. I am concerned that they're gonna crush me. That's why I'm being careful, cautious. You can only be so cautious. My plan on this particular tree is to make the butt end of the log go that way. So what I'm doing is I'm gonna cut the base of the tree and then put this there. And I'm gonna knock the tree off the stump and it's gonna slide that way. And then the tree is gonna fall this way. That's my plan. hopefully. That tree is completely cut off, sitting on the stump, and it's not moving. Whether or not up top there's like a branch, there's a small branch, a little tiny branch, just kind of hanging on. Again, this is a dangerous situation to have normally because it could go anywhere. But the thing is it's holding at the top. So I'm gonna kick it off the stump and see where it goes. I'm gonna back you guys up a bit. I think I need a longer board. It's still in kitchen frame. If it works, is it stupid? I don't know. I think that works pretty good. Is it the right way to do it? I don't know. It's the way I'm doing it. Well, another day, another dead tree coming down. So we've got ourselves a little bit of a pickle. By a little bit of a pickle, we've got a really big tree that I might have cut the hinge off. But as you can see, it just stands straight up, doesn't move. It's a good place to practice falling trees because really, if anything goes wrong, it just stands there, it doesn't fall. So that's our problem. So what we've done, there happens to be another tree right here that happens to be also dead. Again, it's got no leaves, no needles all the way up. So our plan is to knock this tree into that tree, and hopefully that'll solve all the problems at once, or create more problems. Is that going to create more problems, Don?
Let's cross our fingers.
Always optimistic. So that's the plan. If you guys don't know what a notch is, it's basically like a bird's mouth in the tree. It gives you the direction of fall, and if you ever looked at your saw, there's like a little line, and that's kind of like the sights on a gun. So you want to point that to where you want it to fall, and usually you want to cut it towards where it's leaning, because that's where it's naturally wants to fall anyways. So yeah, let's send this guy and see what happens. So when cutting a large tree like this, and by no means am I an expert at this, the tree, if all else fails, generally falls this way, or if the top's gonna snap off, it's gonna fall this way. So you always kind of want to basically diagonal away from where you're cutting. That's your exit. That's your exit strategy if you know stuff hits the fan. So you want to keep those basically diagonal paths clear so you can run. You don't want to hang around and watch it. Some more problems. We should cut a third tree to see if we can knock those two down. There we go. We got we happen to have a third tree right here that's dead. So that one's hung up. This one's sort of hung up. This one might save us all. We're gonna grab our little slidey board. We're gonna put it behind here. We're gonna cut the hinge right off, and hopefully it slides backwards and knocks the other one down. Behind you? Like that? Not the one we're trying. That was the least satisfying tree falling ever. That took 11 minutes in real time. We moved the butt of the stump 12 feet from the stump. The butt of the log 12 feet from the stump. That's hard work. My tractor's laying over there laughing at me. As you guys can see, this stuff is dry. I just don't want this much fuel sitting on the forest floor. You know, for somebody's cigarette or lightning. Yeah, having this much fuel sitting around is pretty dangerous. So we're just gonna clean up as we go. There's a nice bed of snow everywhere. Everything's kind of wet on the ground, so nothing will catch. And you know what? Dual purpose, keeps us warm while we're working. So we're just gonna keep plugging away, basically taking some trees down, all the dead things, and cleaning up as we go. Cleanliness is next to godliness. You need a clean forest. Taking out trees, we've been actually cleaning up as we go. So we've been knocking them down and then whatever's closest. So we've 5 or 6 trees, 7 trees, all in a bunch. And then we're taking the brush, we're piling, we're burning it as we go. So we don't have a giant mess in here in the spring. Because once it gets covered in snow, you can't get it back out. Late day now, we got some sunshine over there. It's Narnia over there. Vlogging my logging. It's a long haul. Don, what do you think Don's standing over there going? Quit talking to the camera, start moving logs. There, it's a big one. It goes all the way up there. And it's dead as a doornail. So we're gonna flop it right there, right now. Might be the last tree for the day. And you guys get to watch. Hung up. That was easy. Look at this guy. A pair of pants. Oh yeah, it's a family show. Half the battle about working in the forest is actually getting proper access to the forest. And that usually means making a road. It's a lot easier in the winter time to plow yourself a road because the snow tends to flatten the road out. I've been making, I guess, the path since the early snow, because you want to kind of just keep packing it down. If you had a snowmobile, it'd be a lot easier. You could just kind of pack a trail in the bush, and away you go. You got tracks. Tracks are always easier to drive in the bush, but we have what we have, and we're going to use it to make it work. Easier access. It's not like walking through applesauce and in this snow. It's kind of like granular snow, so it's really hard to walk in. So if you could pack it down, it's easier to kind of maneuver. So we're making it work. So Don was a little crafty last night and he made these little fire starters. They're basically sawdust and old canola oil, rancid canola oil he had left on. So he's packed it in a tube. Looks like a toilet paper tube. Doesn't smell too bad. We're gonna see if it works. This is the inaugural test. Did you make a wick on these things?
No, I should have.
It's gotta be safety. Safety eventually? Like these things, like what's the point of them? I wish there was a brand name on them. Geneva! Don't buy these things, they're junk. I don't know why they don't make these with a big flame on it anymore. They got the ever so, I don't even know if this is gonna work. Why does everything have to be junk? This isn't working. Why do you use the torch to light everything? Because everything's junk. It's full. Giant Tiger, Ottawa. Giant Tiger, don't import these anymore. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to get a torch. I forgot to press the button. Anyway, another little lighter. Didn't work very well. It's got like no flame whatsoever. I don't know what to do with that. Anyways, we lit up our canola tube. It might be too packed or too much canola.
Sawdust might be too fine.
Too fine sawdust. Maybe we need chunkier sawdust. We're gonna revisit that. We're gonna see if we can get it working. Chunkier sawdust. Check for the link in the description. Don will be selling those things, mass producing. No, I'm kidding. He's not gonna be selling those things. It's at every other channel. Check the link in the description. You can buy some sawdust in the tube. We get this thing fired up, and we're gonna go harvest some more trees because we got big plans for these trees. That probably would have hit the camera anyway. All right, let's see how we get this unstuck. The longer I do this, the more I think they should have, Canon should have a line of heated cameras that have the heated hand grips. So when I'm filming, my hands are warm. I find the longer you go at it, the more machinery you want to add to the equation. So we ended up going to get the tractor and basically plowing a road with the bucket, because tires and tractor tires and stuff don't really like this little applesauce type snow. It's got to find granules. It's not really packed. So we cleared off an area with the loader bucket, and we got right down to dirt. So we should be able to, it should freeze overnight and be a nice solid packed road. We'll be able to get in and out tomorrow with more poles. We're well on our way. We're getting we've got quite the stockpile now. I haven't really determined how many logs we're gonna need, but we don't have enough. They want to know how you feel, Don.
Tired.
You're tired?
Very.
Very tired. Don can run circles around all of us. Just saying. Oh, I'm sure. I'm certain he's walking away. He's like, I'm gonna go run now. Yeah. You see, we're representing. He's got the Husky helmet on. I got the Stihl helmet on. You got to need some stickers on that bad boy.
No, that avoids your,
Avoids the helmet warranty?
I believe it does.
Oh.
They have to be approved stickers.
Oh, like OSHA stickers?
I don't know, like hockey helmets.
Oh.
They have to be special stickers to go on hockey helmets.
Really?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Well, I guess the warranty on my helmet's void. Maybe he still wants to send me some stickers that I can actually stick on. Oh well. What are you gonna do? It's only getting hit in the head with a stick. Or a tree. Or a log. Anyway. Can't put stickers on helmets. Today I learned.
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, I'm sure they're gonna tell us. Alright, we'll catch you tomorrow. So we're building a sugar shack, as you guys know, but we need the internal parts of our sugar shack. So that's our evaporator pan. Now my buddy down the road, he has a pretty much a fully set up sugar shack already. So I'm gonna go and have a look at his evaporator pan and his kind of firebox that he built. He's a pretty crafty fella, so I'm gonna model mine after his. But I wanna kind of have a look at it, maybe take some measurements. The evaporator pan itself, I'm gonna have built because it's stainless steel. I'm gonna have that all welded up with kitchen grade stainless steel. So we're not we're not having our we're not gonna boil in a like an iron vat or anything like that. So we're gonna go modern stainless steel. Maybe he'll appear on camera. He's pretty private fella. So maybe he will, maybe he won't. Basically, it's a draft hood, more or less. It looks like you got some looks like some B vent insulation so the back doesn't catch fire, and then the side of a steel building has another thermal break. When you got to get something done, talk to a farmer.
So my draft is pretty simple. It's just on a chain,
Oh, look at that.
adjustable by the length.
Yeah, thing's perfect. So was this originally, so you had your evaporator pan, was it originally designed, so was the pan first or was the firebox first?
The firebox was first because the design was dictated by the sheet of steel.
Okay. So then you had your pan made for the size of your firebox.
Yeah.
So you didn't buy the pan in anticipation of using an old oil tank.
I'm very similar in size.
Okay. We're gonna do some measurements and make sure it fits, because like I said, I'm not building the evaporator pan.
So this is just the cover I built that actually at the end of the day
Weighs a ton.
I can just
Oh, so you don't have to put your fire out.
I throw that on and I go home, and then the next morning I come back, I throw a log in, it's still warm,
Still
and
warm.
away I go.
So that lid there allows him to just turn it off, basically,
Yeah.
at the end of the day.
And so this is tapered all, this is how they built them.
Okay.
So that when it flows, the draft,
Yep.
it flows the full width.
Oh, so like it doesn't have cold spots at the back.
Right, and that angle, they call that the arch,
Okay.
that forces the heat up at the back.
Oh. So this is the top portion of the evaporator, and this is where all the action happens. So the maple sap goes in here, and then it gets evaporated off, and then there's a little convenient little off, or little drain thing. So and Gord was saying, when he gets it to the point where it's ready, you drain off just enough so you can actually lift the pan right off the firebox, because otherwise what happens is it boils off too much and then you turn into caramel sauce, and that's the bad news. So yeah, this is the stainless steel pan, kind of like what we're gonna have our buddy weld up. But yeah, that looks pretty cool. It's got all the bends in it to keep its rigidity once it gets heated, because otherwise it would just anyways. All right, I think we got all our information. Now we can go build some stuff. All right, boys and girls, got them all stacked up kind of in a test. There's a couple different options when you come into log cabins, and there's the full scribe method, and that takes a lot of time, and then there's another method called the button pass, where they got the log kind of button, and then the next one goes and passes it, and then you fix them with rebar. So I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do yet, and obviously this isn't the location where I'm going to put it, but I'm just kind of like laying it out, just kind of getting a feel for how big it is, what the size is, kind of what the overall, well, it's not gonna look anything like this. Well, kind of look like that. It's kind of like a rectangle or a square. So yeah, so this is kind of As you can see, it's coming along. We've got our materials kind of, I think we have about half. We have about half of the amount of logs we're gonna need. So we still gotta do some more harvesting. But you kind of get the idea of what we're going for. I think when you're planning on putting a sugar shack, and you kind of want it at the lowest spot of your property, and the reason for that is because everything's downhill, so you can just kind of slide all your sap downhill and kind of not work so hard collecting it. And if you want to do like a further, like a pipeline system, it's all downhill, it's all gravity fed. So I'm here with my brother. You live in this bush?
Try as much as I can.
This is Chris.
Live off the bush.
Live off the bush.
In
Yeah.
the bush. I don't know, I was thinking like here.
Oh, that's not a bad spot.
It's
It's not a bad spot at all.
Yeah.
There's a big dead tree right here. They're all dead.
Push that one out and you can just tuck it right in there.
Are you gonna fall? No, not falling. That's not a bad spot. You don't have to like burn it out though.
You gotta cut and then you probably need to fill some of that pond goop in there.
I don't know about the pond goop. Pond goop's gonna be super frozen. It's not the ideal time to be building in the middle of winter, but spring's coming. All right guys, so far we have just a pile of logs. And in order to make good use of the maple syrup season this year, we're gonna have to get started making our evaporator, because this might take a little bit longer than the maple syrup season is actually going to take. So we've got to have the evaporator ready, so when the sap starts flowing, we can start boiling it off. Well guys, some of the best laid plans are foiled by snow, so it might be an indoor project sort of day today. The weatherman was correct, and they dumped about a foot of snow on us overnight. So the other day I was kind of anticipating, I wasn't anticipating the snow, I was anticipating actually coming back and pulling more logs out. So I went out of my way to actually bring the tractor in, and I plowed basically a trail through the bush. Indoor project time. So let's work on the evaporator. We gotta get that thing done. Spring's just around the corner, I'm told. We gotta get that thing started, because if we don't get it started and the spring warm weather comes, and then we'll be kind of caught without having our evaporator built. So that's what I'm going to work on today. In order to create our evaporator, we're going to have to start with a firebox. And what I'm going to use is an old oil tank. You can find these oil tanks by a lot of the time, or other ways you can find is those scrapyards. Scrapyards don't like to take them because they sometimes contain used oil and they have to deal with that. If you guys stay tuned, I'll show you how to deal with that problem. I found this particular oil drum from a farmer down the road. He had, I believe, stored used motor oil in it, but then he found a little tiny hole in it, so he discontinued using it. So he basically said, you can have it. Jumped at the opportunity because, you know, you always kind of need one before you have one. Ideally have some on hand or stock some old oil tanks. Well, I didn't think I was getting weaker. Turns out this tank, it's got some sludge in the bottom of it, which is not the easiest way to start off the day trying to make an evaporator. I think I gotta get that out of there before I even tilt it up. Should be a plug in there so it doesn't actually run out. I'm gonna take the top thing off and stick it in the back, just so I can actually get a hole in the thing so I can actually see how much is in there. It doesn't look like there's a lot. Forms an arc, and then there's air that shoots out of this little hole here, and it blows the slag out, cutting your material. So it's very efficient, easy, doesn't hurt at all. You just gotta wear your appropriate eye protection, just like any kind of welding. So plasma cutter, that's my cool tool. How I'm gonna make the evaporator with this oil drum is I'm going to take my plasma cutter, cut it into a weird shape, almost like a baby cradle, in order to give me a place where I can later put my stainless steel pan on top. That wasn't so bad. No wonder why it's so heavy. It's got like 5 gallons of old oil in there. It must have been like, somebody must have used that for like used oil or something like that. Doesn't look like furnace oil. It looks like definitely not good oil. So I'm going to dispose of that properly. It's like a baby's cradle. A really weird baby's cradle. Fabricate a little bit more, weld some stuff up, and we're almost ready for the pan, which is, you kind of see how it's going to shape up. We just need the front firebox and fire brick, clean this old oil out of here, and yeah, we're well on our way. This is, but hey, it's gonna be well worth it. I can already taste those pancakes, right? Maple syrup. As you guys can see, I've already welded the back portion of this firebox on. And I like to call it like the little tombstone. It looks like a little tombstone. And that's where I'm going to weld kind of like a sleeve in order for my chimney to exit out the top of it. So that's where all the smoke and gases are going to exit the building from. Well, the storm has passed. Yesterday we had about a foot of snow, and everybody knows Dwayne, right? Dwayne, you may remember Dwayne when we move heavy things and we dig big holes and stuff. So
do strange things.
Strange things in the forest. So Dwayne was a little cabin fever yesterday, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
And he was like, "What are you guys up to?" And I'm like, "We're logging." And Dwayne's like, "You like logging?"
I do, actually. I really do actually like logging.
People don't know, but in your former life you used to heli log.
I did. I used to be an aircraft mechanic on a helicopter that used to do heli logging.
That thing doesn't fly.
Well, maybe. Depends how we get going.
Dwayne's gonna try to make the Kubota fly. So that's the plan, is the extra help. Don's on his way. We're going to cut down, limb up, and Dwayne's gonna haul out because he's sort of an expert when it comes to anything to do with motors and hydraulics and diesel fuel and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Or you want to cut and I'll drive.
I don't care. I'll do whatever you want.
That's okay. I'll cut. I like cutting.
I don't mind cutting. I don't mind driving.
What's the temp today? It's like it's cold.
When I woke up, it was minus 19 Celsius. On my drive over, my truck warmed up to minus 14.
Why are we out here?
I don't know. Because it's sunny and I had a few hours this morning.
That's right. What's that American? It's about like Texas cold. It's Texas cold out here.
It's just cold, that's right.
Welcome to the cold, Texas.
Except for we still have power and they don't.
That's right. The Canadians decided that it gets cold and we winterize our stuff. You guys will get through it. It's just cold. You just start burning things. Anyways, let's get rocking on this thing. We've got our road plowed, and Dwayne's just gonna tickle that a little bit so we got some more traction. I'll start knocking down some trees, and let's get some more logs piled up. Never turn your back on a tree. This one here is leaning towards us. We don't want it to fall that way, so when Dwayne gets back, we'll get him to push it with the bucket or the hoe that way. Because it's just easier that way. Machinery.
Don, you want to switch places with me?
What's that?
Quick, Don, go sit in the chair. I feel like this is a teaching moment.
Like a lot of the things I do.
Uh-oh.
Local idiot.
Dwayne didn't realize how brittle these trees are.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I was a little bit nervous, but I wanted to get just a little bit more angle for it and come out with the pulling, but this is a pretty dry tree. You gotta like roll protection.
Well, the roll protection saved you, and the bucket did.
Yeah.
And see, Don was not a part of that. He just showed up, and he's like, "What did I come here for?" Well, we got a section of it, so you can just kind of see how dry these things are and how powerful this little tiny tractor is.
Yeah.
So the plan was to get the little tow chain from over there. That's what I was running to grab, and Dwayne got a little excited and started pushing.
I just wanted, I knew it wasn't going to come all the way over. I just wanted a little bit more angle for when I pulled it out to make it come out nicer, but
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was that brittle.
He needed some excitement in his life.
Yep.
And fortunately, the loader bucket and the roll protection was up and saved his head.
which is not what it's designed for, but it really worked. Well, the roll protection, that's what it's designed for, but
All's well that ends well, right?
that's right.
That's why he uses my tractor. He likes using my tractor.
Yeah. It's like mine, but you know, not.
Yeah, yeah. Don says good morning. Good morning, Don.
Morning.
All right, let's get Dwayne out of from underneath this tree. We went 3 days without doing this, you know that. So I figure after all that morning work, we should talk about my wood. How many we pull out, Dwayne?
I'm guessing about 16 to 20, somewhere in there.
Yeah, he pulled out 16 or 20 woods. So there's our productivity for the morning. Dwayne just kind of threw them wherever. It's true. You just drop the mic and go home, right?
That's right. How long did it take you to clean up the excavator and the,
Oh
and the
yeah,
skid steer?
yeah. Yeah, when we dug the pond, I don't know if you guys watched that video. Those are something else to clean up. They require just as much time to clean up as they do to actually do the work.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, a power washer helps when you're cleaning up there's the excavator, the tracked excavator that we were cleaning. So yeah, so looks like we've got enough material to actually start building. So maybe this afternoon we'll go and clear a spot out where the log cabin is actually going to go. Maybe make a fire because it's cold.
It is cold. I thought it would have warmed up by now, but
It's in the bush. You're in the bush. It's cold. Like the sun.
No sun.
It's like it's sunny out today, and you just got nothing.
Yeah, it's
Enough to wear sunglasses, but not enough to do major surgery in the bush.
we should swing by the sauna first.
You ever go fire it up? So where do you think, Don? Where should we put this? Where should we put the cabin?
Up there.
Up there? We should put it on top of the hill, not at the bottom. But just think, when you're collecting sap, you can walk downhill. I don't think we gotta go that far. Well, I'm thinking right there, right where that hemlock is. Nice sunny spot. It's downhill from every other tree, other maple tree. Or we do it further down. What do you think? And then we got some brush we can actually use to burn out the spot. And there's no real trees we have to take down. Everything's just kind of blow down and dead. That's another dead ash tree.
Nice and straight.
It is straight, but it's right where we want to build a cabin again. Oh, we might have to throw a throw line in that thing and pull it the other way. Maybe we'll take that one out before we get too far building this cabin. All right, let's set you guys up and yeah, get this place cleared out. We're gonna clear out this spot and to see if we have some level ground. If we don't have level ground, we've got a couple of tricks up our sleeves in order to ensure our cabin starts level. Either cribbing by using some cedar poles to fashion a kind of like a box in order for the actual walls to sit on, or we can, if we discover we have usable ground, we could either make a rammed earth sort of tire foundation for the walls to sit on. But first we've got to clear the area in order to see what we're working with. And in the wintertime, this isn't always easy. Fire is our friend. Right now we can kind of clear out the dead stuff, clear off the snow, light a fire, burn all the brush, and kind of see what we're working with. Okay, so we're on our inaugural burn. So the firebox is more or less built. We just got to do some a little bit more minor adjustments to it, but first I want to clean it out. The story behind this evaporator goes back a couple of years. When we were originally building the cabin on my brother's channel, the Wooded Beardsman, see how this thing lights up, burn off of any of the old heating oil that's in there. And if you guys don't know, the heating oil is burned in a furnace, so we're not really doing anything beyond, you know, it's kind of like, that's the end game on furnace oil. It gets burnt, so we're just burning it up so it doesn't contaminate our pan or anything like that. So it's a nice clean burn. Yeah, that's it. Let's light this thing up and see how well it works. This is the remnants of the heating oil. As you can see, water in heating oil freezes, but the heating oil itself doesn't. And again, this is what you use to heat your home. What do you think of this, Chris?
It's making an inferno. It's gonna make so much sugar. I'm picturing the box going all the way through here, but apparently that's not gonna happen. You're gonna only make a short box. I want so much syrup that it's like this high, and maybe it's this fat, and you just hook the tree in like a IV drip, and you just suck it all in there and then blow it all off, and then you end up with delicious maple syrup.
You got to put this thing into a cabin and not burn the cabin down. People think we have a history of burning things down. In reality, it's whenever we let somebody else help us. They don't quite know the idiosyncrasies involved with that specific build. So this is the inaugural burn, but the actual firebox is only going to be about this big. And then fire brick gets all around here, and then there's an angled piece that comes up to the back over here that channels the smoke up the tombstone looking air channel, which there'll be a chimney up top there, and then the fire box will be loaded through this way. Kind of like we looked over at Gord's, my buddy's evaporator. So this is modeled after his. His works really well. And we've come a long way from, we stacked bricks in formation, and we did
It's just loose fitting bricks. And we'd shove wood in the bottom, and I'd be out here for what, 3 weeks straight feeding wood, just sitting there watching wood burn, collecting sap.
And then the second version was a stove, and that worked really well. We used an old oven, and we took the door out and tilted it on end, and that worked actually really well.
2 seasons out of that before it kind of started getting, it got wonkier and wonkier, and it got crippled. But it's still, where is that? We still have that?
It's still in the scrap pile.
And but we lost our pan.
Yeah.
Did you go through the story of that? We lost the pan.
Oh, right.
So that's why we ended up here, is because we're gonna make something a lot better than just like, well, we borrowed a pan.
We borrowed a pan from Dwayne. Dwayne lent us a pan. He was very kind, and then it stayed here for 5 years. Thanks, Dwayne.
We made lots of syrup with it, though.
Yes, that's true. We did make lots of syrup. We didn't actually give Dwayne any syrup. We should give Dwayne some syrup for that. So we ended up, he needed it back. We gave it back to him. I think he was actually boiling like when he was doing his chickens in that thing. That originally was designed for hot water at camping. So you would light a fire underneath that thing, heat it up, and have hot water for camping.
And a small pan, but a very deep.
Yeah.
It wasn't very good.
It wasn't ideal for boiling syrup because you want kind of a shallow pan but more surface area. So this thing is going to be 2 feet wide by 5 feet long by about a foot deep. And that should give us plenty of surface area to boil our sap.
Industrial quantities.
That's right.
Where we're not going to get the smoky flavor that we did from the other evaporator.
That's true.
So we're gonna probably lose a little bit of our taste, but if we keep the bugs in it like we had been, and don't do a fine filter,
yes,
we just leave it all in there, the bark and the bugs and just whatever is in there till the end.
Yep.
It'll be a nice black, dark, rich maple syrup.
If we talk too long, Don will just fill us up with wood. You know that, right?
That's okay. I want to see an inferno.
Well, yeah, we got too many logs nearby. We're just stirring around the coals to get the sludge that's accumulated at the bottom. It's not the easiest thing to burn out, so as long as we push it around, it gets the junk that's at the bottom. Well, guys, looks like we got a really good burn going on here. We're gonna burn off everything that's on here, and we can burn off all the paint so we can actually get this in and make it fancy. We're gonna add some stove black paint on it so it's not always peeling.
Oh, my hands are cold.
You roast a pig in there.
There's an idea.
I took a couple of the old hinges I had saved up. Everybody's got a milk crate full of hinges, don't they? And I was able to use those, the weldable hinges. They got no holes on them, so you have to weld them. So I welded those on to the firebox door in order for it to open and close. Once I had the hinges welded onto the front of the firebox door, I took the opportunity to actually take my flap disc wheel and grind the paint off of the oil drum in order to have a clean surface for the firebox door to adhere to. I find welding, if you've got two, bare steel parts, it's easier to weld. I'm learning. We started tapping our maple trees today. We collected these buckets over the last couple of years. They're old frosting containers from the grocery store. They usually have them stored out back. They don't store them for very long. If they have them, they give them to you. They usually don't like to save them. So we drilled a 1-inch hole in the bucket, and we were able to basically pound the spile into the tree after we drill our hole, hang the bucket, and we put a nail on to hold the bucket up. And then we put our lid on so the rainwater doesn't get in, because if we got to boil off rainwater, it's actually more work. And then once our buckets are full, we can actually go collect them without having any rainwater in them. And that's as easy as that. We're just waiting for the sap to flow. It's not really above zero. So the sap flows from the tree when it's above zero. So ideally you have really cold nights and really warm days, and that's the differential that makes the sap flow. It's kind of like a pump. So Don and I were talking about why the tree, actually the sap comes up, and the sap is stored in the roots over the winter time. And what was the word you used? Pipette? Pipette?
Like a pipette.
A pipette. Pipette action, or
capillary action.
capillary action is causing the sap to come out of the roots and up into the foliage of the tree to produce buds and produce leaves in the summertime. And that's where the goodness is stored, the sweet sap. So the what is it, 40 to 1? We need 40 gallons of maple sap to produce 1 gallon of maple syrup, and that's where the boiling process comes. We don't have our evaporator done, so I think we're gonna go work on that now, because all this maple sap collection is for nothing unless we have a way to actually reduce it to maple syrup. Gotta do some welding. It's not above zero yet. It's a nice day in the bush though. Let's take a walk down to where we're gonna build the sugar shack, because we saw it the other day where we were kind of clearing the trail, and then it snowed a whole bunch, so we might be back to square one. But we're kind of walking that way anyway, so we might as well take a look at it. It's also good to pack a trail. You can see how big these maple trees are, all the way up. It's a big maple. You can tell a maple tree by the shape of its leaf. If you look at the Canadian flag, that's a maple leaf, if you didn't know. You can see our pad. Our pad's actually quite good actually. It looks like it's nice and packed down. It's got we're pretty much down to ground or soil, but we've got to get our evaporator set up first before we even start building this, because I think a lot of this build's going to happen while we boil our sap down. It's pretty good shape. What do you think, Don?
It's good.
Good. We can build on this, right? Be nice. They don't have a fire going, being productive while being productive. Because it's kind of like watching paint dry when you're boiling sap. It's kind of like evaporating. It's like watching a pot boil. So now we're just cutting out the pieces for the tray where the firewood actually going to sit inside the firebox. We're going to weld those guys onto the side of the firebox in order to have our wood sit on top of that, and then the ash can kind of dangle all down below. I was able to use the rest of the arch that we cut off, and I flattened it out by stomping on it. And then I took the grinder and I cut off basically, what was it? They called it an arch. That goes from the firebox up to the chimney, and that just kind of directs the smoke up, kind of reflects the heat up to the pan, the underside of the evaporator pan. And then I welded on a stick to hold up the thing as we jammed it in so we didn't get our fingers pinched, and then I welded it in place. Surprising how well it fit. Can you guys see that in there? That's the angle iron, and I've spaced it a little bit apart so the fine ash falls down below into this ash container down below, so I can actually scoop it up. This door doubles as a damper, so allows me to increase the heat by increasing oxygen to the flame, which is going to be underneath. And you know, if you want a fast boil or you want to, you know, increase the temperature, you can adjust it by opening and closing this door. Nice big firebox. I just got to line it with some Roxol and some fire brick if I can find some. It might be just Roxol board this year because I might not be able to find fire brick. Got a little bit more welding, but that's not the funnest thing to be watching me do. I'm not that great at it. Oh, hey. Hey, Bean. Bean says hello. All right, let's... I have one more thing to do, which is the top lid, because the lid itself, you want to be able to, when you pull off your evaporator pan, you want to be able to close the lid so there's not flames shooting up in your cabin. And it also, in the off season, you can kind of close the lid on it and keep stuff out of it. Well, that throws a wrench into productivity, doesn't it? So I was just buttoning up some other stuff, and I was asking Don if he could just kind of plow a path down to our shack location. And well, it turns out the snow is slipperier than we anticipated. And Don slid into a tree and got stuck. We got her out, no problem, no big deal. It's just kind of par for the course when you're working in the bush, and especially when it's snowing. And you're thinking, why don't I have chains on the back tires? Well, the dealer sold me some chains, and it turns out they don't fit on the tractor because the tire is too close to the frame, and it doesn't allow the chain to pass by the frame and the tire. So you need wheel spacers, but they failed to mention that. So anyways, we got a plan for the back tire chain problem. It's possibly on its way. Hopefully it's on its way, and then we can get back in the bush with chains and not worry about getting stuck. It's more of a sliding sideways problem, especially when you're on an incline like that. You can't really tell how much of an incline we are at. Maybe take the tractor and take the long way around and kind of straight shot down the hill. It's always sketchy when you're on a hill with a tractor. It always kind of wants to either roll or slide. See if I can give it one go. Hopefully this is not another video of me getting the tractor unstuck. What'd you find?
Titleist. Anyone lose a Titleist?
That's a pretty good tee shot from there. Yeah, you can't even see the cube.
Just one.
Just one? You gotta find the other one. We'll find the other one soon. What you got there?
Somebody's nest.
Somebody's nest.
I don't know.
It's a toupee.
It's a bunch of cedar shavings. Somebody's nest.
It's probably like a mouse.
Ah! He didn't even jump.
All right, so we have our area cleared here. We're ready for some logs. So we're gonna go grab those shortly, but first we gotta make a trail, and it seems to be proving to be quite difficult. Again, it's because of this applesauce type snow. It doesn't really pack, and there's no real traction, and there's no chains on the tires. It's not the easiest thing to be doing. Let's go grab some logs and see if we can get them down here, because that's the next step in this process. Is we got to get our building material down here, and that's going to probably be, again, it's one of the hardest things to do is get your material there. Even in construction, when you're dealing with housing construction, like half the job is to get your material into the basement or into the house, and then the other job is to actually hang the board. So yeah, just getting these logs down here is going to be a chore. So let's see if we can get some of these down here today, so we're ready. Have our pile of wood so we can actually build our shack. It is warming up a little bit. Sap's gonna start flowing. Like I said, we're gonna be boiling regardless if this cabin's built or not, because gives you something to do while you're boiling sap. Well, there's pretty much the last log that we need. We've got about 40 logs or something, and if we don't have enough, we know where to get them. So that's the pile there. We're all set to build now. Hopefully the weather warms up and the sap starts running so we can start boiling soon. We moved a lot of logs down to our location where we're going to build our sugar shack, and that's the plan for today, is to get this thing started. And one of the biggest hurdles on doing any kind of project is getting started, because you don't really know. Well, in my case, we don't really know what we're doing, because this is a first for me. I've never built a log structure. I've always used dimensional lumber or made dimensional lumber out of logs and then built from there. So this one is different because we're using old pine logs that we harvested from the forest above, which were all dead standing. So no live trees have been killed to do this particular project. This is all sort of maintenance that you have to do with a forest that if you own, you need to thin out. So as you can see, we have all our material stacked up. We have our site cleared out. All we have to do now is assemble. Now, I did put a question to the comments, and I asked, there was a couple of methods on building this particular log cabin. And one's like the full scribe method, and the other one is a button pass method, which is much quicker. And I had one vote. One gentleman, I think it was a gentleman, mentioned button pass. Why waste your time doing scribing, blah, 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 blah. And I went, that's a good point. This is a shack, by the way. It's a sugar shack, which for those in the deep south that don't know what a sugar shack, it is not an opium den. It is not for heroin. It is for maple syrup. We are going to be making maple syrup in this cabin, or this sugar shack, in the forest. This is the time-honored Canadian tradition. In the springtime, we get out of our igloos, and we start boiling maple sap to make pancakes. Dawn's sitting over there freezing while I'm talking to the cat. Okay, so we're gonna lay some logs out. We're gonna see what our footprint is, and then we're gonna do some leveling to see what we're starting with anyways. After careful consideration, I determined that it was probably a bad idea to have just pine logs sitting directly on the soil. So we ended up going to pick up some of the offcuts of the cedar trees that we had up on the upper level, and those we made piers on all four corners, kind of get it up out of the dirt. Cedar tends to be a little bit more resilient to the moisture, should last forever. And bonus is that if you ever need to level this thing, true it up once the ground thaws out, and then maybe it sinks a little bit in one corner or the other, you can actually just take the corner and move up or down or whatever, so it's not just kind of flopping around. So it's got the four corners. We're going to put another pier in the middle because that's where our door is going to be on this guy. But this is kind of our shape. Kind of see it's shaping up our little sugar shack. One more pier and then we start stacking logs.
What do you think?
14-ish? 14 and a half-ish? Good enough. Roll it all the way around. Alright, good. Oh, that's good. The thing about doing a button pass building like this is that you have to pin your logs together. So I raided my tickle trunk and I grabbed all my scrap flat stock, like a round stock, and got some nails and my threaded bar, lag bolts that I had, and I just kind of sharpened an end on them so they're like a giant nail, or looks like a stake that you kill a vampire with. Anyways, that's what I'm going to use to pin the logs together. And if you've ever priced this kind of stuff out, it's crazy the price. I gotta go visit a scrapyard or something like that and just get some. I think this guy was from the sauna stove. It had like lag bolts holding the thing together. Or was it a heat exchanger? Stuff you save and you're like, what can I use that for? This is the perfect opportunity to jam every extra piece of steel you have into a building. Dawn's ready to pound that bad boy in. So we even put a sharp on the rebar. We had a chunk of rebar left over, so Dawn's gonna nail it. Take that! That's secure. Look how well that went in. All right, repeat. We're just gonna repeat that another 100 times.
Okay, we want to go up on that side and down on this one, don't we?
Yeah. Ready? We got pretty good progress the other day. It was terribly windy and terribly cold. Today it is not windy and warm. It's a great start of the day. I find anytime you're doing a project, if you can sleep on it one night after you've started, the next day goes a lot better because your brain has a time to kind of build it in your sleep. If only you woke up and had all that work already done. So we've got like 3 logs high on the one side. We're progressing not terribly. We got to start doing the door area. We got our saws all sharpened up. We got some more bar. Got our log pile sitting here. Dawn's ready to go. Let's get stacking. The maple syrup might actually start flowing today. We'll take a look later on today to see how much we've accumulated. It's supposed to go above 0 for a period of time, and it's sunny out, so that's the big thing. When it goes above 0 and it's sunny out, the maple sap seems to flow a lot better. So we'll check that out later on today. Meanwhile, let's get some log stack. Like it owes you rent money or something. What do you think, Don? Is it tall enough yet? It's tall enough to actually stretch your back out. Oh. You know what? Let's dig a hole. Let's just go down. Let's go down and put the roof over top of us. You must sit in this cabin. No standing. The pioneers must have been just massive people to be able to build this stuff. Oh.
They died when they were like 35 though, right?
Yeah, it's true. They did die when they were 35. It's because they pounded in giant rods into the ground, or into the wood.
Well, they'd be wooden pegs.
Wooden pegs. Yeah, they would have been fashioned in the wooden pegs out of like an old hand pump lathe. They were just, why wouldn't they use branches? Who knows? I don't know. Actually, we probably research that. No time for that. It's coming along. Progress. Get the old handsaw out. So as we're going along, we've discovered that the log that butts should be skinnier than the one that passes. Because otherwise what happens is the corners end up having a little bit of a space here. And although I don't think it's going to affect it structurally, it just doesn't look right. So I think the butt log should be skinnier than the pass log. We've got a retro fudgery to fix that. We'll just probably shim it just to give that corner a little bit more space. And our pins tend to try to do the funky chicken. Don sort of has a solution to drive them in diagonal. Maybe we should cut them a little shorter, or maybe put a point on them. There's lots of things we could do. Here we go. When you're about to finish, the short strokes is where it's at.
It's the important ones.
The important. All right. Oh, the other side. Never winded after those short strokes. Yep. Keep going. A little bit. Okay, good right there. All right, so we're moving right along. My objective on when I do this whole process is when I'm using the saw, what I'm doing is I'm knocking off really the high spots on the log in order to actually let them sit a little bit more flush. There is a method of the full scribe, which is you would scribe each log and then make it fit really, really tight and precise. You can do that. That takes a long time. This is more of a fast build. The button pass method is proven to be a very fast way to build. As you can see, I'm kneeling down right now, so it's not quite above my head. But we've got about 4 or 5 feet worth of wall in less than 2 days. So that's a lot of wall. So when I use my saw, I knock off the high points to minimize the gaps between the logs. And the gaps aren't that big of a deal, because what you do afterwards is you go around and you chink with either straw and some clay, or you can use parging and some wire mesh. There's lots of different ways of filling these cracks. So these cracks aren't really a problem. They're just kind of nature of the beast. Even if you did a full scribe, you'd probably, well, if you're really good at doing full scribe, you probably won't have to put anything. But you can put rock-sill insulation or any kind of insulation in between the logs and then stuff the outside either with mortar or clay. So that's our process. We're just kind of moving right along. I think it looks great. Got Don. Don's ready to pound some nails in. They're not even nails. They're basically a rod, 3/8 of an inch thick. Got lots of them. Big nails are expensive, so we've got some scrap we're going to use there, and they seem to be working well. They just go a little wonky, but you can just bend them, just kind of straighten them out as you go, and they go in. They seem to be holding really well. And once it's all together, it'll be solid. So Don, what do you think of that? Oh, he's going back in again. He's going back to work.
No, it looks good. I think it looks good.
What do you think? We built a great little bonfire here. It looks massive when you're standing in there. I guess it's pretty good. This is we're end of day 2, which, as you can see, if you were like, you know, in a hurry to build something, this is the way to do it. This button pass method of building log cabin is the way to go if you want to build fast. Like, there is some chinking to do, which is the filling of the cracks in the middle, and we probably got to go. How many more rungs do you think we got to? How many more rows? Probably 2 more logs we got to put on top of here. We got to make a continuous log across the front in order to kind of hold our walls together. Chris is here. You know who Chris is?
You gonna do 6 foot?
Well, with cathedral ceilings and we're gonna do some pot lights.
6 foot on the edges.
Yeah, at least 6 feet on the edges, and then they go cathedral to the top, and it's like a 9-foot roof. I think, and you know what? The maple syrup will it'll love it in here while it's boiling. We gotta cut windows out too. Cut windows? Skylights. How about we see if we can get some skylights? Some like translucent panels, and just like go no windows. So you can focus on boiling syrup while you're in here and not think about anything else. Look at the steam. You're kind of like, it's at this stage of the game where you're kind of like, I'm too tired to operate a chainsaw, and that's the kind of time where you say, okay, let's just hang that thing up and start again the next day. How does Bean always show up at the end of the day? There she is. Come on. I can hear her. Well, the weatherman was right. He predicted the weather perfectly. It is above 0 today. It is going up to 7 degrees Celsius, which is 7 degrees above the freezing point. For those not in Celsius, we've got our boiler moved down to the location. Even though our log cabin is not quite ready, we're going to be boiling, because you know what? This stuff goes bad. I don't know if you guys know about maple sap. So if it stays above 0 for any length of time, what happens is the sap actually turns milky, and then it's bad. So it's got to be crystal clear, just like water when you boil it. We've got it all ready. I just got a call from our buddy Dennis. He's doing the pan, and it's ready to be picked up. So Don and I are gonna go for an adventure and probably pick up lunch on the way, because it is in town. We're kind of tired. We're kind of tired from yesterday's, you know, giant game of pickup sticks we played. A relaxing day of just collecting sap would be nice. Maybe we'll throw a couple logs on. As you can see, our progress is there, and yeah. Don, how you feeling today?
Pretty good. Not so good earlier, but not bad now.
I get everything moving. That's the big thing. All right, let's head on over let's go to the town. Let's go to the city and pick up our pan. it? We're all done?
That's it. That's all there is to it.
That didn't feel a thing.
We'll clean that up, make it get rid of all the oxidation on it.
Is it in?
It's in.
It's in. Toronto Maple Leaf and the Canada sweater going. You got Toronto Maple Leafs
I mean,
on your helmet.
I did, yes. And you know, it is because, well, it's maple syrup.
That's right.
You got to have a maple leaf. For
So
maple
we've
syrup.
got a theme going on, the maple syrup theme.
It's Canada.
It's Canada with the maple. I did tell them that if they don't know what the maple leaf looks like, just look at the Canadian flag, and it's right on there.
That's
So,
true.
always teaching. So Dennis, do you have any words of advice for our boil?
The boil?
Our upcoming boil?
Well, the upcoming boil, my only words of advice is I'm really ready for some maple syrup.
That's right. He's already starting to cook the pancakes. He's stockpiling pancakes.
My wife said that for me to do this for you, it's okay as long as she gets some maple syrup.
Ole! We're getting there. Whenever you get something new, it's a good idea to scrub it out. Make sure it's washed and free of all contaminants, especially during the manufacturing processes, all the fluxes and dirt and shops and stuff like that. So we cleaned it out like hot soapy water, basically rinsed it out after that, and then we filled it up with water to do somewhat of a leak test. So we're pretty much there. We just got a couple more tweaks we've got to do in order to get this thing fully functional. We seem to be holding water quite well. We just got to drain it and bring it on down to the cabins. Chris just showed up. We're gonna go grab his sled, which is the most convenient tool in the world, to load the evaporator pan on. He's gonna help me bring it down because yeah, we need it down here to boil. So I'm gonna go meet him up top, load her up, and bring the pan down. All right, so this is the first basically test fit. We haven't married these two up together yet. This is the first test fit, and it looks like everything really works out well. Everything's kind of lined up. It seems to work out beautifully. I guess I can, as long as I measure 3 times and cut at least once, it seems to fit. I didn't really talk about the this little nipple here, which is the welded threaded piece on, and I had to we had to get that a little tickle done on that. I didn't really talk about much of it because I don't really know what's going on. It's TIG welding. It's magical stuff. There's no, like, it's nice and quiet, and then there's no real smoke that comes off of it. It's magic work. So Dennis welded that guy up just to make sure it was not leaking. It's watertight. We've got our valve all set, so because once this thing's full of maple syrup, there's no way we're gonna be able to lift it off. So that's why the drain is there, so we can just drain it off. Hot, boiling maple syrup when it's all done. So we're gonna start collecting some sap, and we're gonna give this thing its first inaugural test fire today. You guys can see how this bad boy works. Let's boil some water. Look at the dripping. Look at that. She's running hard. So we're not doing too bad at collecting our maple syrup. The snow is really deep. The trees on the top of the hill where it gets the most sun and the foliage seems to have the most maple syrup in it. We're just kind of deep in the bush. These ones don't tend to get, they don't start flowing as quickly because they're kind of more or less shaded. So the sun has to get to the top. So we're not a bad haul so far. We'll probably get enough to actually start our boil today because we don't want to have too little. It's a lot of time you got to take to boil it off. So we're just checking the rest of our buckets. I'm gonna collect it and then drag it down to the evaporator. These trees that are deep in the forest tend to not have that much syrup early in the season. As you can see, there's not very much in there. So yeah, we'll collect it anyways, but Like I said, the ones deep in the forest tend to not get enough sunshine, not enough heat. They don't flow as quickly early on in the season. But every little bit counts. Pancakes. Look how fast this is flowing. We got drip, 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 drip. It's this particular bucket's got about 3 inches in it. If it fills all the way up to the top, and then we take that and we have to boil it down 40 to 1, that gives us about that much syrup. But every little bit counts. Last year our haul was about 50 liters. That's kind of more than we can personally consume. I wasted it. I put it back on. So yeah, once we're done boiling it off, we'll see how much we got, and any excess we can kind of share with our friends and family. So there you go. Maple syrup season's well on its way. On to the next tree. Some people say that you can actually freeze maple sap, and then anything that freezes you can actually pick out, and what you're left with is a more concentrated maple water, and it takes the evaporation process and it quickens it. We've had these things fill all the way to the top with ice and completely frozen solid. Now you can't tell me that there was no sugar in that. I don't believe that. So we've boiled the ice completely and we've gotten maple syrup. So I don't believe in taking the ice off. I just boil the whole thing. I guess the First Nations people used to, there was rumored to boil this stuff off in a hollowed log, and they would take the hollow log and they would dump it in, and then they would heat up rocks and they'd put rocks inside the hollow log. Now, I don't believe that true, because you're gonna be left with sand or grit or something. I don't think it's gonna be very tasty unless you like eating sand and grit. I don't think that's true. So on to the next tree, but first, it's important to put the lid back on in case it rains, because you don't want to be boiling off rainwater. Grand total so far on collection is about 40 gallons of sap. Now if we boil that down, which is a 40 to 1, we'll be left with 1 gallon of maple syrup. So we've got her all in the pan. We don't want to fill the pan up too much because we want kind of like a rolling boil. We want it to boil off quickly, and if there's too much sap in the pan, it won't boil as quick. So what we do is we light the fire, we get her up to a boil, and then we slowly add the sap. Just keep doing that until you probably, maybe over a couple of days, because you can let it cool down, and then you can refire the boil, and you just keep adding and adding and adding and adding until you're left with delicious maple syrup. So let's get this show on the road. Let's start the fire and see how well this thing works. This is the first time we've lit this thing up. We're gonna see how it burns. I have no idea what to expect. It seems to, we're gonna find out. Got my torch. Should be going. There is smoke. There's smoke coming out the chimney. That's a good sign. Whenever you're starting a fire with a bunch of water on top of it, you're gonna have condensation dripping from above. So the initial portion of this light isn't going to be pretty, but we'll close the door, see if the draft works. So you can see, this is our draft. It's going to suck air up through there, and once the fire's going, it'll not, so much smoke will come up. Once you get complete combustion, you won't have so much smoke coming out the crack. Check that out. We got our first signs of progress, our condensation on the outside of the box. Let's take a look inside. Oh yeah, look at that fire going. We've got not quite complete. We got water raining down from the ceiling because we got the differentials too much. Once we get that up to boiling, that dripping will go away, and we'll have better combustion. And the ash clean out that doubles as the damper seems to be drawing in. That's drawing in quite a bit of air. You can see we've got our smoke is clearing up. We're getting hotter fire. I think it's working well. I guess time will tell. Maybe in the future, maybe what I have to do is put a rope gasket, maybe a thick 5/8 rope gasket all the way around to give it more of a seal so you get more of the heat actually in the pan, but doesn't seem to be losing that much. The smoke's not coming out the side. What do you think, Chris? Is this better? Is this better than every other year?
Probably. I don't think it could be worse.
Don't think it can be worse.
Well, if it falls over, it would be worse.
Well, we got little feet on it to kind of stabilize it.
I think it looks good. It's got a big pan.
It's a big pan. That's a huge pan. It doesn't look like we collected anything. That's what we want, right? We want the large surface area. Like that's like 20 gallons. That's 20 gallons of sap in there, and it looks like it's an inch. Sure, there's somebody who could do the math. The thing's 5 feet by 2 feet by about a foot tall. We're never gonna fill it right to the top. I think this is our level if we don't want to get up that high.
Yeah, 2 inches. I was gonna put the other one in, but
Too much?
Too much.
Too much.
I think, well, probably when we spread it out, it's only going to be like
half an
inch. Probably put it in there.
Wow.
Put it in there, and then you can fill up the sled again.
Yeah, we gotta take another run. So the temperature tonight is going up to 12 degrees Celsius, which it's kind of in the spoiling of the maple sap temperature. If milk goes bad, maple syrup sap goes bad as well. So we want to be able to boil this stuff off, or even at least get it, you kind of pasteurize it, right? So as long as you bring it up to a boil, you can shut it down. It kind of kills all the bacteria that's in it, and it can store. So forever boiling. This is
that might be the limit.
yeah, I wouldn't put any more than that in. Check that out, guys. That is the fastest we've ever got it up to that temperature. We're just about ready for it to start boiling. It's probably been about 20 minutes real time, and we've gotten a whole bunch of sap up to temp, or close to temp. It's already steaming. That's oh man, that's exciting. That it's worth the effort if you can get that much sap up to that temperature that quickly. I am impressed. The only thing that I do notice is that the door is somewhat difficult to open. It is getting a little hot, but we're not using that much wood, which is a plus. We'll probably have to shave the door down a little bit in the future in order for that thing, but it'll work for this. There's a learning curve on everything, right? So it has expanded a little bit. No big deal. We're boiling. Maybe we don't even need the door there. Just full rip roar. Get in my belly. Maple syrup. We'll shave this down a little bit later. Or maybe it'll just work out. Just a little bit more air. Hinges are a little stiff too. Version 1's pretty, I'm satisfied so far with version 1. Well, that's pretty cool. We're in it for a half an hour worth of burn time, and we've got the entire thing boiling. It's a rolling boil. This is gonna take like a fraction of the time we took us the last couple of years. The longer it boils, the sweeter it smells. It doesn't smell very sweet. It's getting there.
Like a sauna.
It's coming. Steam sauna. Look at that. We should just put this in the sauna. We should have just double. Exciting. This is exciting. Are you excited for this thing? Come on. Be excited for this thing. Look at this thing. Look how well this is working.
Well, it just makes me think back of all of the time I spent in the last few years boiling sap. Although, you know, it's a nice time to be out, so putting logs on fire.
Is that a smile? Is that a smile? Are you excited for this thing? You can't get them excited for anything. Look how much steam's coming off that thing. Look at this. There's not even any smoke coming out of the chimney. It's such an efficient burn. What were we doing these last 4 years? Like how much time I could have saved. We've already done one boil. We got our sap down to about a half an inch. We filled her back up with sap. We're gonna reboil it again. Basically keep reducing, keep adding sap as it flows. Anytime it's above 0 in the bush, the maple sap flows. So as we collect it, and while we're waiting, because you never want to watch a pot boil, we're putting logs up. As it gets warmer out here, we're finding that the trail is turning into a muddy mess. I've got a plan and a solution for that. It's to noodle a piece of wood. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that term. It's cutting with the grain on a piece of wood, and it turns into like fibrous noodles using a chainsaw, and then you can spread that over your muddy mess, and it gives you like a place to walk on, almost like mulch, so we're not just always in the mud. Also good for bedding and for small animals. If you got a small animal you need to provide like mulch for, or like wood chips. It's better than wood chips because it's stringy. So I'm gonna make some of that stuff up, and we're gonna spread it around to give us some nice footing. Well guys, at this stage of the game, we're kind of coming down to our final logs, and we've got a couple really thick ones and we got quite a few thin ones. So do we just get rid of the big logs and not use them? Because you kind of want to make a whole ring with the same width of log, same diameter of log, I guess that's what you would say. So that's what we're debating. We're debating our inventory, because you don't really want, like, it's turned into mud season already, so to get up to the pines and cut more trees down, it would be a lot of work because you'd be trudging through the mud to get them down here. We have, as you can see, we have lots of logs. Question of making 4 that work on the building. So we don't exactly know how many more rows we're gonna go up, but we want to finish the entrance, or the front of the building. We want to finish it on a passed log. We can't just have a butt log, because we want to have the continuous kind of tie the top portion of the building together so it doesn't fall apart. Maybe they got the log there. Maybe that's the keystone, maybe. Meanwhile, we're boiling. It smells delicious. Because as we're going up, we're kind of like fat, skinny, scat, skinny. So at the end, you kind of want it to be straight. So do we use the fat guys now and then hopefully it's perfectly level, or do we carry on with the skinny ones? Okay, so the official plan is to do 1 more row skinny logs and then 1 row fat logs at the top. That might be counterintuitive to you, but if we have a fat log at the top, we can shave her down to make the entire building perfectly level. As working with natural material, you kind of want a little bit of wiggle room.
Can't see anything.
Does it smell delicious? Nobody could see anything now.
Smelling them apart. Nah, you're all fogged up.
It's
better?
It's going. They can see you.
Not very many people are going to experience that. The smell.
You wearing a hairnet on that thing?
Yeah.
We don't want hair in our syrup.
There's all kinds of things in there. There's pine needles.
We don't want hair in it. It's way different if you got pine needles in there.
Pine needles and all kinds of junk in there. There's bugs in there.
Bugs.
I have an idea. The new grill from Grill. I thought they include a bunch of cups in there, so we're in business. It's still gonna be rifle hot though.
Just give her a shot.
Well, that's good. It's actually sweet. It's not like sweet, but it's close. It's got that tint. It's got just a slight tint, but it's more like 40% of the way there, I think.
Is it hot? It feels hot.
It's hot. Coffee hot.
Oh, that's good. You know what? That's like, you can make that into like a tea. That's good. Fill him with a mug and you can fill it in his coffee. You can sweeten his coffee. He's like, Don's like, I just want to pound that steak in. Let's get back to work. Away a bit. There we go. The plan with the front wall is to evenly space the gap, and then we're going to add shims later on to maintain that gap to hold the chinking in. We're getting late in the day. sun's starting to set, it's starting to cool off. We don't want to boil it off completely, especially on this evaporator, because it'll go too hot and it'll turn to maple candy or maple sugar. So what we do is we take the heat out, remove the wood, close the damper up, and it kind of shuts it down for the evening. And by doing so, you can continue on boiling the following day, especially if it goes as cold as we're anticipating tonight. We can get the stat flowing again and just carry on boiling, because we don't got enough in there yet. Well guys, we're gonna address a couple of concerns that were in the comments in the last video, and one was the fact that we were leaving the bark on. And to address that concern, we are leaving the bark on, and the primary reason behind that is because the logs are currently frozen. So there's water trapped between the log and the bark. So once that thaws out, once the sun hits it, and you know, it thaws out, basically, we can actually go along and we're taking our little picaroon, or even the end of the hatchet, and we're removing the bark. It actually peels quite easily once it's thawed out. So it's not that we're not peeling them, we just haven't peeled them yet. It's kind of like a fun game of, like, you know, when you have a scab and you pick at it, it's kind of got that same satisfying feeling, picking bark off trees. So that's what that's the plan. So the plan was never to leave the bark on. It is to take it off. I do understand that bugs do like to live under bark. It's just easier with this particular log to wait until it thaws out to peel it. One more complaint, comment, concern. The door. This door is not at its full size yet. The original, I've notched it down here. It's 36 inches wide is the finished door width. It's not cut exactly. We kind of rough put the logs there, and we kind of rough cut them so we can get in and out. But the final form, once the whole cabin's built, is we do shoot a laser basically and use our chainsaw and cut the final width of the door open, which is going to be 36 inches across. So there'll be ample room to get in and out, unobstructed from the sides. Yeah, not a concern. Go up, Don. We're at the stage now where we got to start worrying about our roof. So when we were cutting up above, I didn't really get any 16-foot long wood. So I'm heading to the lumber store, and by the lumber store, I mean deep into the bush. So there's some wind blowdown trees that are they're just kind of leaning up. They're kind of precarious. They're more of like a disaster than anything else. You kind of got to deal with them because they're leaning up against other trees. And today's a good day to deal with it because it's not overly windy. So you can kind of really pay attention to what you're doing. You're not listening for other things cracking and hit you in the head or whatnot. So there's a couple we're going to deal with. We need 5 basically to make ridges on our roof. So Don's heading out there. He's got the saws. It's like a scavenger hunt for trees that are blown down. And ideally they've been blown down for a little while and they've dried out a little bit. We are getting excellent at hanging trees up in other trees. There is a tall standing balsam here. We're gonna see if we can get it to wedge down. So we've cut a wedge. Let's see. She wants to go. Come on. Come on down. That was perfect. Okay, so we've got the 2 trees down that we just cut, but as you can see above us, there's another 5 trees that are stuck. And again, these are blowdowns. So a storm came by and knocked these trees down, and they've been kind of hung up for years. And it's just part and parcel with owning a piece of land that you kind of manage. Otherwise, you get a giant game of pickup sticks that you can't even budge in here. So it's kind of, you know, we're harvesting the dead in order to build our roof, and kind of cleaning up the bush at the same time, kind of making it safe for people to walk back here and enjoy the trails, and like animals and stuff, they can't walk through this stuff. It's kind of like barriers, so we're gonna harvest those maybe. See those trees there? Can you see those? Yeah, those are stuck too, but they're leaning on 3 cedars that are kind of holding everything up. So let's get harvesting this tree. Still don't know how we're gonna get them to the cabin. These guys are heavy, heavy, heavy logs.
Here's your stick. Hang on, I got it. I got it now.
One or the other. There you go.
There's our log there. That gives us 2 logs at 17 feet across. You got 7 inches on one side, 8 inches on the other. That'll be our roof structure. We got 5 identical logs. I'm just gonna give my buddy Donnie a call. He's gonna show up with the ATV and just drag these logs back to the cabin, because this is insane to try to move this. So let's just give him a call. Hey, buddy. Of course I need a favor. That's why I'm calling. You feel like dragging some logs out of the bush? Yeah, we just got to bring them. Well, we don't go out of the bush. We got to bring them from the bush to the other side of the bush. Shouldn't be too far. Well, that, my friend, is the easiest way to kill an entire day. We have been delimbing these logs and moving them around and trying to lift them. And as it turns out, these are beyond our strength, beyond human strength. The 3 people that we have here, Chris and Don. And if Don can't lift it, you need some machinery. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna add some machinery. My friend Donnie, I only collect Dons apparently. My friend Donnie's got an ATV, and he's gonna come and help us log these things. He's gonna drag these things out with the ATV. I can't get the tractor back here because, well, I just won't go back here. So the ATV is where it's at. We're just gonna hook it up to the ATV and pull them over to the sugar shack. As you can see, you can't. These logs are like, it takes everything we have just to kind of straighten them out so you can back up to them. So we've got 5 of them picked out for our roof structure, and yeah, that should do it for the roof structure. What a pain. Hopefully not too much pain. Why don't you just put these on your back, Chris?
I tried already.
You tried?
Yeah.
I didn't get that on film. The problem is we can lift them, but we can't drag them. So we can lift them, we can hold them there, but we can't walk with them. I think we'll get hurt if we do that. So yeah. So we'll just cut a trail, drag them out. Bada bing, bada boom. Roof. Take a look at that root ball. That thing's huge. It picked up 4 trees, and there's one hanging in midair above it. You gotta watch those things in the summertime. Sometimes when you cut the ends off of them, they stand back up again. That one actually, when it thaws out, might stand back up. We just cleared a trail. Now we have a straight shot to our logs over there. And it doesn't seem like it's very far away, but it is when you're dragging a log. It's probably about 200 yards, 250 yards, 300 yards. I don't know. Didn't pace it off. How far is it, Chris?
250.
250, 250 yards away. So that's why we're not dragging these things. We're just gonna employ some modern technology to build an old school building. Well, we just wait till he shows up. And hopefully we don't get the ATV stuck. This is Donnie. Donnie, that's Don. That's Donnie. See, I clicked Don's. So Donnie's got his, what kind of ATV you got there?
1,000 Can-Am Outlander.
Whoa, it's a
Max.
big one. It's a big one, right? So this thing will pull.
Hopefully.
Or we'll get stuck.
Hopefully it doesn't disappoint.
Well, it shouldn't disappoint. You don't got stocks in that company anyways, do you? We'll
None
see.
here, buddy.
We'll see. We'll get her backed up and we'll get some logs hooked up, and then you can actually, if you come down that trail there and then just kind of straight shot wherever you want to.
Be a little easier getting in instead of.
Yeah, we'll just stand here. You'll be able to go up high and then come down low, and then if we straight pull it, should be good. Every plan.
Let's give her a shot.
All right, can't hurt. You want to go, how close do you want? Okay. It's pretty easy.
Not bad, not bad.
That beats carrying them. Look.
Oh, sorry, Don.
Back up. We're gonna push it forward. Hang on. Go. Go. You're too quick, man. That's the 5th one. Look at that. 5 logs. Well, that's 3, 4, and 5. You're just gonna pick these up. You should have just carried them. Jeez.
Let's slide her in. That's a big one, isn't it?
That's good there. Oh, tree's coming. Yeah, that took a lot less time than I anticipated, and let's thank Donnie for that and his toy here.
Yeah, thank all the muscle.
All the muscle? Yeah, well,
Right there.
you were throwing around these like they're toothpicks. This thing's, you were working out when I called you. He was like, "Oh, lifting weights." This
Come
is,
on now.
you could come out and lift weights in the bush
Yeah,
if
just
you
a couple
want to.
trees.
Bench press some balsam. That's a thing. I'm sure
Balsam? Yeah.
it's a thing. Must
We
be.
can do some videos, huh?
Of you bench
Cut
pressing
out some
balsam?
handles and then
That-
CrossFit in the forest.
That's a thing. That's got to be a thing. CrossFit forest in the cabin.
Oh, that's what you're gonna do next.
Now, you know what?
That's an idea.
I have functional muscles. My functional muscles are very refined in doing things precise or specific.
I think your next one is, yeah, a little jungle gym.
Jungle gym.
You got a little girl.
That's right.
She'll have fun.
Well, she can. Why does she need a jungle gym when she can climb trees?
Well, make it more interesting.
More
Go from tree to
interesting.
tree to
Trees
tree.
are oh,
You
like
can interlink a lot of trees.
an Ewok village. That's something. We're gonna rip out a couple more trees because Donnie's got. I honestly thought it was gonna take us longer. We're We're burning daylight, but like I said, I thought it was gonna take longer. It
it's
took
going pretty smooth.
absolutely no time at all. Once we got the trail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Figured out the route and which way we're gonna go, and we're all set.
We got a couple more logs, so we'll just pull out just because we got them here. And yeah, get her done. Future projects, we always need wood. Logs are good. It's a good thing that thing is time-lapse and you didn't get audio, because that would have surely been the swearing in the forest with Kevin episode, because those things are freaking heavy. They're balsam logs that quite haven't been dead long enough, so they haven't dried out at all, or they possibly got heavier. I don't know. They maybe soaked up some water and got heavy. Anyways, so Dawn and I got them up, and we've almost got them in position now, but we're gonna flatten out the exterior walls to get them to sit flat. And these are going to be our roof structure, so you can see them sticking out here, and they're going to stick out past the front of the building to give us a little bit of an overhang. I haven't yet determined how much of an overhang, but we got to get them in position. I did cut them at 17 feet, so there's an extra foot to play with on either side to kind of give it a little wiggle room, but I am going to flatten up the top plate in order to get them to sit flat, because this is the important part of the build, is to try to get this thing straight, square, level, plumb, all those other things. They're heavy, really, really heavy. What do they say? They say anybody can build a house, but it takes an engineer to barely build a house. This thing is overbuilt. This thing's got some crazy amount of structural wood, and Don's peeling logs. See, it's the funnest thing to do, is peeling the bark. You peel the bark as you go. It kind of gives you something to just kind of do while you're not doing other stuff. That sense of satisfaction when you peel off a big chunk of bark. All right, let's flatten out the top of that thing. We ended up running a little bit low on energy and rebar and all that sort of good stuff. So we ended up finding some more rebar. It was at the store. We went from this thickness to this thickness. This is like 5/8 rebar. It was a bear to try to drive those things into that top log. It's a little excessive, so we ended up getting 3/8 rebar. And it was funny because I was at the store and I was asking for, it was a 6-foot piece, and they're like, it's about $8. And then I was like, I want maybe an 8-foot piece, and they're like, oh, it's gonna be $10. And I'm like, oh, what about like a 10-foot piece to do with like the $14? I'm like, what about a 20-footer? They're like $8. I'm like, oh, get me 3 pieces of 8 or 3 pieces of 20 feet long. So I picked up those, and we're just cutting them into nails. And you know what? I priced out nails, and it turns out nails was it $8 a pound. I'm not sure what these weigh, but I imagine about 3 of them is about a pound. So you do the math. We ended up getting, what, 60 nails for 20 something, which should be enough. If not, we'll have to get some more. I don't like to buy stuff ever. I did ended up going to the scrapyard and asked them if they had any stuff that looked like that, and the young gentleman there said, no, we have nothing like that at all. I don't think he was very inclined to go look or helpful or ambitious at all. We took a day off because we were just getting sluggish, and you know what, if you could take a day off in the middle of a build and kind of recharge the batteries, you go a long ways to actually further progress, because otherwise you just kind of like, you're like, oh, I'm not moving today. So anyways, today is brought to you by Advil and Tylenol. You can mix them. Did you know that? It's not advice, it's just, well, I guess it is advice, sort of advice. Medical professionals. One takes out the inflammation, one takes out the pain. Did you know that? Anyways, always consult your doctor. I'm not a doctor. I've been told by doctors to do that. Don't do it very often. Don't ever do it. Anyway, so we're building our roof structure today. We gotta do some fine calculations on that. We've got our logs all set up, so we should be able to make some good progress on that. Oh yeah, and on the day off, we ended up collecting 50 gallons of sap. So we're boiling that today too. Boiling it down. We've got our 55-gallon drum full of maple sap. We're boiling everything, the ice, the sap, the everything. So we've got that going on in the background as well. Probably end up collecting later on this afternoon as well, because it is maple syrup season after all. It doesn't matter if the cabin's done, the sap's gonna flow. And if it's flowing, we're collecting it. And if we're collecting it, we're boiling it. So this is kind of like a side project cabin. We're at the point in the build where we need a little bit of help. And by help, I mean scaffold. So we've added a couple of sections of scaffold, and that'll get us up to our working height a little bit more comfortable. Scaffold is a pain to use, but it's very helpful. Pull it. There you go.
Come this way a bit, eh?
We can go with, yeah.
As much as you can.
Yeah.
So we get the thickness out.
Right there's good. It's a foot. 11 and a half. That side to that side is perfectly level.
Yeah, but we have to do the other side, right?
We just quit while we're ahead. It's a little difficult to get the logistics planned out.
You should also explain, because somebody had a lot of concern about the bark that's being left on here, so you should.
Oh, I already addressed that. So we're gonna go one more row on our gable ends, and then we're gonna put the really heavy logs on top, and that gives us our ridge, our double ridge beam, and then our main ridge beam at the top will be at the top of our triangle. We're all gassed up, we're ready to go. We're gonna straighten, flatten this log out a little bit, add our another triangles. Right?
Gable ends.
Gable ends. We're all inclusive.
See, I know what we're doing. I just don't have all the terminology. That's where you come in.
Well, I don't have the terminology either. I'm no expert. We're doing this together. This is my first log cabin.
We can, yeah.
What do you think of our bunkie bars, Don? You like these?
Oh yeah, it's really easy. Get in and out.
It keeps you spry, Don. No, little do they know, Don is actually younger than us.
It's Pilates.
It's the Pilates. It's all the Pilates Don does at night.
Yeah.
Pilates of the woods.
So Don, do you go to the gym at the after all this?
No.
You don't head to the gym after a day of sitting at the office? Look how much logs. Look at this. I think we're too tall now. We should shrink this thing. I think.
It is a little tall. It feels tall when you're down there, so I don't know if the end product is going to be
Why don't we just put the flat roof on this and then stick frame the roof?
flat. Put some earth on top and call it a living roof.
Yeah?
You could.
Or just like put the floor on and then just stick frame it with 2x4s.
Just kind of just go janky a little bit and then put a living roof on it. Call it good.
We could, if we built this one side up here, we could just kind of go slanted, one nice slant.
I think there's going to be a loft in here. I'm picturing.
Like a spiral staircase up the top.
Picturing it.
Spiral staircase. Are we recreating somebody's cabin?
See where it goes.
Yeah.
See what happens.
This is Don's retirement village. Cutting the rebar a little bit shorter because our logs are a little bit thinner. So we've got 4 pieces at 9 inches. The variable length nail. That's the good thing about having 20-foot rebar. You can cut them whatever length you need them. There you go. We hit the tree. Go towards the outside of the building. Push it. Yeah, right there. I think. Bonjour. Bienvenue à mon cabane à sucre. Oh, we're supposed to do this in English, sorry. Anyways, first thing in the morning, it's good time to figure stuff out that you've been sleeping on all night. So we've added our cross members, and we had to do a little bit of creative thinking on it because our cabin happens to be 1 foot wider at the front than at the back, or at the back and at the front. So we've put up these angled cross pieces to basically determine the pitch of our roof. We know our steel's coming. We know it's going to be about 9 feet long, and we have to make sure that the roof parameters fit within those guidelines. So that we've done. We've added our diagonal pieces up there in order to determine our pitch, and we've added our secondary cross members here accordance to what the pitch is going to be. I think it's going to work out. Ideally, we have 2 flat panels, 1 on each side of the roof, in order to hold our steel. I think it's going to work. We just kind of have to pay attention as we go to make sure it works along the way. One more. Okay. What's up next is the end wall. So we're going to fill in the gaps between our cross members with more logs as we go up, and then we draw a line and we cut it all off, and that gives us our end gables, and voila, the cabane is done. The cabane sucre est fini. So we're going to build it all the way up to the top. We have one more ridge beam that we're going to put right at the dead center of this building, and that will complete our roof structure. And then we're going to fill the rafters in that are going to hold our steel with more cedar poles. So we're going to go harvest some more cedar poles, much like we did over on our sauna, where we did all the way around. We're going to use the same style of structure, and then we're going to mill a 16-foot long tree in order to put our sleepers, our strapping, in order to hold our steel. Our steel has been ordered. It is coming from Vic West. It's on its way. It's going to be here in about a week. So we got a little bit of work to do in the meantime, but we're well on schedule, even though there was no real schedule to begin with. But we're on it. Okay, hold your side, Don. Hold it where you are. Don't let it. Okay. See how high it is? It's got to go down. How high is it? Or far is it going to go? It's got to go down.
Probably 1.5 inches.
See if that guy fits. Come on, give her a whirl. Oh, like a glove! So we're at the stage now where we've got to take this stuff off. We've boiled it almost to the point of syrup. We're going to attach some cheesecloths to the spout to filter out the pine needles and stuff that's inside. We drain it off into a bucket, and then we do a further boil to reduce it even more, because I think it's got to do a little bit more, but it's pretty darn close right now. Ideally, we had another nipple on here, but we didn't happen to have one. It's a stainless steel nipple. We don't have one, so we're gonna make do. That's actually, look how thick that is. See how it's sitting on the stick? It's got some body to it. You see that? Up or down, it's still got the same body. Oh, that's good stuff.
Did you double dip?
I used a different part of the stick. Double dip the chip. You gotta see, look at different part of the stick again. See? Now this stick has been double dipped, triple dipped. Look at that. That's gold. Is that double dipping? You just double dipped again.
I switched the stick around. It's close, but it's not done yet.
That was a double dip. That was a Don.
Really Really mapley, very good.
You could pass that off right now to somebody who didn't know as finished, but it's not. It's too liquidy still. If it was finished, it wouldn't flow at this temperature.
Molasses.
Yeah.
But it didn't freeze, and it was -8 overnight, so the sugar content is very high.
We're gonna get one. I think we're gonna get that pail full.
Check out the view up here. Isn't it just beautiful? Guess what? It's springtime. Spring is sprung. Finally, I am in a sweater. I'm out in the bush. I'm not freezing. It's exciting. And guess what we're doing? We're boiling sap. We're never gonna be finished boiling sap. Well, we will when the buds come out. The other day, I went and collected sap from all our trees, and I ended up getting 110 gallons of sap, which is approximately, well, it's exactly 2 of these 55-gallon drums full. And now I'm boiling, because that's what you do. While the sap is flowing, you boil. And you remember this guy? Who's that guy? Can you see? He's blurry. You're blurry right now. You're in the fog. That's Mark. Mark's my my friend and my resident expert on everything to do with gas things. Anyways, we're boiling. He's just admiring the evaporator. How is this for evaporation?
This is amazing. It's it really is. I'm very surprised at how well this actually works.
Is it like a feat of engineering?
Sure, a feat of engineering is a great phrase for this.
Or is it like it's a feat of arts and crafts?
It is. You know, you've taken some stuff and turned it into a thing.
We're gonna make some coffee, but we're not gonna make any ordinary coffee. We're gonna make Mick Cafe coffee, because I have those coffee grounds, but we're gonna make it out of maple water. Instead of using normal water, we're gonna use maple sap. We can't call it maple water, it's called sap. Maple sap, we're gonna take it directly from the evaporator. We're gonna use our French press with our coffee grinds, but first we gotta make coffee grinds. And we're gonna try it. We're gonna add no sugar, because it's already got the sugar in there. And let's see how it's gonna work. So we're gonna put Mark to work. Come on, Mark.
This is gonna be delicious.
Here, come on, grind my beans.
Grinding my beans.
It's a very fine grind. You gotta just keep turning. Too bad we don't have a tool for this. Keep spinning.
We do. It's me.
Mark's my grinder. He's looking. No, that's not a thing, is it?
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it should be.
We should. Yeah, no, we don't have any in there. Keep
We
grinding.
got to hang on a second here.
We got a dusting.
Do we have
Is it like?
Do we have a blockage? Do we have a backup?
No, that's just how fine it grinds.
It's gonna be some excellent maple sap coffee.
Just gonna let it steep. Is that a word for coffee? We're gonna let it percolate. We're gonna let it simmer.
Yeah, all of those.
All those words. We're gonna let her drown. We're gonna drown in the coffee grounds in there, and we're gonna let all the flavors from that hard-earned coffee bean we ground to impart the flavor into our maple sap. That's a little bit sweet. We're gonna just let it sit there for a couple of minutes. How strong do we want this thing?
Well, it says espresso. I think we want it strong.
We want it strong enough, because we got to go collect another 100 gallons of sap.
We need energy.
We just carry it on our back.
Yeah.
We're gonna strap this blue barrel to Mark's back, and we're gonna say, "Here's your espresso," and away you go.
Just like a Nepalese Sherpa.
Look who's in the bush.
Always in the bush.
Always in the bush. Chris, do you like coffee?
No, I don't.
You like coffee? Come on, you want coffee? Coffee. Coffee. People wonder why I'm so wound up all the time. Good. You ever tried coffee beans? Just try to eat that.
We're going. It's going.
It's going?
Oh yeah.
All right. This is the most flattering angle I could find. Just gonna blow out the side.
A geyser of hot coffee.
Oh,
hot
yeah.
maple sap coffee.
I have a plastic ring for this thing. I just don't know where it is. Pressed by Bobble. This was a donation back when we were making the cabin. That looks rich. It's like hot.
That's delicious.
Is it?
Yeah, it's really good.
It's mostly caffeine and sugar. You can't go wrong with that.
This is amazing.
Is it?
Yeah, it's really,
Okay,
really
I gotta
good.
Try something. Hang on. I'm gonna pour mine in my camera lens. The wife says I never use anything that you got this for me for Christmas.
I got you that.
Mark got me this for Christmas. This camera lens. It's actually a coffee cup. But I was gonna say my wife always complains I don't use the things she buys me for Christmas, and it turns out Mark bought me this for Christmas.
So her complaint stands.
She doesn't watch the videos. Oh, nice.
It's good,
That's-
isn't it? It's really good.
Wow. That's insane.
Yeah,
Who would have thunk that?
I don't know. That's yeah. You stumbled across a fantastic idea.
Wow. Wow.
Regular coffee will never be the same.
It's true. That's
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, wow, that's if you can try this.
You should. You
Yeah.
really should.
You gotta do it in the forest though.
Yeah.
I was thinking of doing the cedar pole on top of here on an angle, and then putting strapping flat perpendicular to that cedar. But I think that's just going to be too many variables. So we're going to end up milling wood in order to basically put our structure from here down, and then put our strapping on that to have our roof set down. Because otherwise, there's just too many variables, and I think it'll just turn wonky, and it'll just be frustrating. And like I said it before, it'll turn into swearing in the woods with Kevin. We don't like that. Anyways, one more thing to do and then we can start milling. Well, it appears there's a whole bunch of logs here. It's just a question of getting them out. They might be still kind of frozen. There's a little bit of ice on top. But there's definitely some logs that would work. Like that one up there, and then this one here, and then that one over there. But again, they're buried. So I might have to use what I have unburied for the time being. We're kind of running against the clock because there's one little laneway there on the property that allows us to drive our tractor to and from, but once it gets too mild out, it turns to mud and it just turns to snot. You can't actually travel on it anymore, so you kind of have to let it either dry out or freeze again. So there's like early mornings you can drive on it. It's kind of the challenges of living in the country, is that you just kind of have to deal with the seasons. Mud season is almost upon us. Whenever I'm starting a new project, I like to start with a fresh blade, and usually that allows me to find the first nail on the log. Kidding aside, that's if you start with a new blade, usually everything seems to work better. I think in the manual it does say to take the blade off when you're not using it. I probably should do that. I generally don't, because I end up milling a whole lot, and I don't sharpen my blades. I end up replacing them, and I don't know if that's a good thing or not. That's just how I do it. I know you can buy a sharpener for them, and then you can sharpen them. That's a lot of teeth and a lot of time. Like, the blades aren't overly expensive, and the amount of time that you would spend sharpening them, I find it's just easier to buy a new blade. So that's what I do. So now I'm all chalked up for a new blade. I can start milling my lumber for my roof, because my roof is on its way. But we're still boiling sap, so I haven't really got a lot of progress done today. Hey, Frankie. Hey, Frankie. Ah! You say hi? See, my dog's gonna attack me. So yeah, we gotta go load the boiler again, because we are evaporating the sap, because we're still making maple syrup. So there's, like I said, not very much progress happening, but there is a lot of stuff happening. It's just we're not getting sometimes it doesn't pay to get out of bed. You just kind of one step forward, two steps back. But we are making progress, slowly but surely. Frankie says hi. Hi, Frankie. See, our trail down here is still partially frozen and partially mud, but the next couple of days it's going to be like extra terrible. The pond is thawing. You can see the pond. It's got probably 4 or 5 inches of water on top of it. melting. Everything's melting. Everything's turned into snot. Sauna's still doing awesome. There comes Frankie! In the mud. Mud, mud, mud. So we're just rocking to the evaporator, which is just over here. But in order to do so, we have to go through the mud. Oh, mud season. I love mud season. She's not actively... Oh, she smells delicious though. So we gotta add some more wood, add some more sap, carry on boiling, and make some logs. There we go, guys. I think we just discovered why 2x4s are so expensive. No, we actually didn't discover why they're so expensive. We milled 11 of them in 20 minutes, real time. The current price of that is it was like $110 of the 2x4s we just milled in 20 minutes using a relatively garbage log. So I don't know. I think there's money to be made in 2x4s. I never thought in a million years that I'd be milling 2x4s, softwood lumber, with my mill. I always thought it was going to be like hardwood specialty stuff. Didn't think there was going to be sort of money in making 2x4s, but here we are, making 2x4s with the mill. When they were a couple of bucks each, it made no sense to use a mill to mill 2x4s. Now, absolutely it makes sense to make dimensional lumber out of softwood. Crazy world. Anyways, we're just going to keep on milling. We need 32 for the roof structure, and then we need to do strapping. So we've got a couple of logs lined up, and yeah, let's get milling. We're burning daylight. Yesterday we milled up a significant amount of roof structure that we needed for our roof. This is one log left. It's about 14 feet long, and we've got to mill that into some more strapping for the to hold our steel roof. But I was told by my buddy down the road, Gord, he's pulling his taps today. So I was like, I was meaning to visit his boiling operation. There's going to be a spell of warm weather coming up, so I think that's why he's pulled it. We're probably going to hold out for the long run to see just how long it does flow for. It's a video, it's a moving picture.
It's just a quick one, isn't it?
It's the update on the Gord's boils, because this is
okay.
we mirrored our evaporator pan off yours, and we were
Right.
just coming to check to see how yours is doing. So this is your last boil of the season.
Yep.
How many gallons in total did you get of sap?
260
260 gallons.
Canadian gallons.
Canadian gallons, and that's a lot.
Yeah.
Because those are bigger than American gallons.
That's right. That's a quart more.
A quart more
Yeah.
per gallon. That's right. So 260 gallons, Canadian gallons of, and that boiled down to. You got any finished stuff yet?
No, I haven't finished anything.
You haven't finished anything, so it's all in this pan.
That jug underneath the evaporator at the back there,
Oh yeah,
that's full of almost finished.
that's the concentrated stuff.
Yeah.
So you haven't like you got all your eggs in one basket, so to say.
I'm doing it different this year. At the end of my boil, when I get this all boiled down, I'm dumping that in,
Yeah.
and I'm using my gauge. I'm gonna finish it on this big pan.
Oh wow, that's gonna be stressful, maybe a little bit.
It is. I have to make sure I have my welding gloves
Oh yeah.
right here so I can grab that pan and throw it up onto here, because you got to get it off.
Yeah, or otherwise she turns into a mess of black.
Candy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the pan's no good.
Well, I don't think we're gonna stick around that long, but we're gonna compare the color. I think at the end of everything, we'll put some side by side to see what I don't know. Maybe a different color from trees to trees, who knows?
Mine's always has been in the past really light. Yeah, I would boil 40 down to, I would basically boil 40 gallons down to a gallon.
Yep.
And then finish it.
Right.
And then bottle it.
But you saw progressively darker syrup as the season went along.
A little bit, yes.
Yeah. So Gord previously would take the turkey roaster and put it on a propane burner and then burn it that way. And you used a lot of propane just to boil that one pot down. So if you can get away from that, it's more efficient. Well, it's not more efficient, it's cheaper. How many of you guys got that while you're at it projects? So while we have the mill all chalked up and ready to go, and it's got, you know, fresh blade on it, it's got water already in it, it's got gas, and I figured I'm gonna mill up one of these walnut logs I've had laying around. It's one of those kind of, when you got time to do it, you might as well just do it. So we've got, it's a little bit shorter than the bunks allow, so I've got my little, my jig to hold the log up on there. And we're just gonna go for it. It's been sitting there for a couple of years, so all the bark's fallen off, but it is black walnut, the elusive black walnut. This, you know, on the open market, this log's gotta be worth a couple grand, or so people think. It's just neat looking wood when you get inside. So we're gonna open it up, we're gonna have a look at it. You guys get to see. It's always the most vivid the first time, like right as you cut it. And that is why people like the elusive black walnut logs, because it looks like this when it's fresh off the mill. This stuff has a little bit of wait time going into it because it's got to dry. This stuff is milled at about 2.5 inches thick. It's at some point going to become either coffee tables or a bench or something like that, but it's got to dry pretty significantly in order to actually, you know, do the proper planing and maybe epoxy coating. So this will be, we'll revisit this on a later video. You can see what I can make with these. All right, guys, well, we spent the last couple of days milling up material because it's good to have materials on hand before you start your project, because it's the worst when you're in the middle of a project and you got to run to this mill or the forest or wherever you get your materials from. It's good to have everything on hand when you're starting to build. So we've got a couple of more things to do. As you can see, we've got no roof structure yet. We've got to put in our roof. So that's what we've milled up. We've got 35, 36 2x4s milled up and all the strapping that's required to put our steel roof on. So we've got to attach, square up the roof a little bit, the ridge line, set our main beam in still. It's one of those things. You kind of have to make time and focus. So you start early in the morning when you have the most focus to do the most arduous tasks. So that's what we're doing today. We're also evaporating. We just finished our secondary boil. We're just dripping it out of the tray. You can see we got our strainer. You can see our maple syrup there. We can see it dripping into our bucket ever so slowly because it's very fine. We've got about 15 gallons of stuff we got to boil down a little bit further. So we're going to boil that down, and hopefully by the end of this all we can have some pancakes. So you got to stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, we're going to set our beam in. So in order to cut these gable ends, what I'm doing is I've cut I guess a rafter. These are rafters, trusses, or like a little bird's mouth, peaky thing. And I'm gonna put it up against this gable end. So with that thing sitting down there, what I can do is actually run my saw along this edge up here, and that can give me a straight cut all the way down. Because when you're using the chainsaw, it depends on which way the plane is on the bar. If you have something flat, it's almost like using a chainsaw mill. You've kind of got a guide using this board. Check that out for a view. High above the chimney tops. So what I'm doing up here, well, I'm putting the roof on, but what I'm doing specifically is I'm spacing these guys out. We made basically a bird's mouth, kind of like this, a beak, and then we hung them over top of the ridge beam, and then I spaced them out 1 foot on centers all the way along. And what I'm going to do afterwards is I'm going to run a chalk line from end to end and make sure my ridge is true all the way along. So I don't want anything proud. I want them all to be flat. And then I'm going to work my way from the ridge down to the end where the, I guess the where the eave trough sits. And I want to make sure those are all true as well. So if I've got to shim up in the middle in order to make it flat, a nice little spot for my steel roof to lay, that's what I'm going to do, because we're dealing with a lot of variables and you still want it to be relatively flat when it's done. So this is when you take the time to true it all up. It'll make your roof not look ripply. And then we got skylights coming, I think, some clear translucent panels. I'm not sure exactly how those work, but we may be cutting out some sections of the roof in order to take full advantage of the translucency of the panel. Is that a word? Translucency? All right, well, moving right along. As you can see, our roof looks like a roof, but we got a little bit more work to do. While we were muscling up those logs, I think we came up with an idea of lopping this one off in order to make it easier to lift it past. As it turns out, if you look at it, that was the roof. Oops. So what we've done is we've saved it. Here's our chunk, and it goes right there. It supports our roof, but yeah, we got to kind of figure out a way. We got to figure out a way to reattach this bad boy. Maybe just a really, really long lag bolt or something like that, because it does hold up the edge of the roof. It is the overhang. Things happen. Things happen. Stuff happens. Not a big deal. We'll reattach that guy. Maybe you guys have an idea on how to reattach that thing. The best thing to do, like fresh off the press, is the maple sap. We've got it down, boiled down the maple syrup. We've actually bottled it. First one off of the bottle, off the bottling plant. We boiled it right down. So we're gonna cook. We're cooking pancakes today. We've got my brother's here. Don's anxiously awaiting us cooking dinner. We've got our grill all fired up. We've got our coals all ready. Yeah. So we should get making pancakes. We're gonna make Chris's. He's gluten free. Are these gluten free pancakes, Chris?
Yep.
So they're not gonna be as fluffy and delicious as normal pancakes, or are they? They're quick. All right. So they're just as good, but they're gluten free.
They'll be good.
Best of both worlds. So we're gonna cook on a fire. I don't know if is cooking on pancakes on a fire easy. I've never cooked pancakes on a fire.
No. It's probably one of the hardest things to do.
All right, let's start cooking on a fire. The hardest thing to do. Eggs Benny's probably harder to cook on a fire than pancakes.
Well, I don't know. Pancakes go one way. They either get burnt or they're not burnt.
Well, you are an expert. This should be smoke eye seasoned?
Yep.
All right.
Oh.
Why does the fire smoke follow us? How much water? Well, how much water are we gonna need? What do we do? Get it from the creek? Oh, you got water. You probably got
Creek water.
Creek water. We're making creek water pancakes
There
today.
you go.
Look at that. That's fresh maple syrup. It's still hot. It's like once it cools down, the consistency will thicken up a little bit, but it's about 100 degrees still hot. All right. So that is our syrup. That's the final thing. We've got our grill. This is the griddle. It's a flat pan. You can cooking surface. I don't think we're going to use that today because the mission critical pancakes. We're going to use the grill. The same thing, but it's got basically holes in it. And what we do with this thing is we put it on the fire. So we've got our steaks. and we slide it on the rails at whatever height we want. And it's adjustable up and down, and it just sits there, just like that. So we probably want it about that high. So again, this is USA.com, and it's the grill. And you can, if you guys want to check this guy's out, I'll put the link in the description below. There's a coupon code you can type in if you guys want to get yourself one of these. But this is what we're cooking on today. So we've got our, where's our cast iron? We're putting our cast iron on the grill.
Oh, it's so tricky to cook pancakes, but that one's not quite. Well, it's flippable. But I feel like I turn the heat up a little bit, even though it's freaking roasting hot. We'll drop it right down. What's nice about the grill is you can adjust it, even though it's hot like heck down here. It needed a bit more heat. There we go. That's better. Ooh. It's almost touching the bottom here, but that's how you want to cook on the coals. So I don't know. I like this grill. It's a lot easier than cooking just bush stuff. It's like, can you imagine trying to hover? Well, you'd have to put the pan right in the coals, and then it might be too hot. But then if you're up too high, it's too cold, or you got too much flame and then smoke everywhere. But this is just right with all the coals here. It's nice, nice grill. I like it. Works good. Too bad it's not portable. It's camp grill, backyard camp grill. It does best.
It's portable. You just got to be strong.
Yeah, it's not portable. It's built too good. It's built too heavy. It's built to last. So I mean, pros and cons of every kind of system. All right, who gets first go at these?
Don gets first go. First pancake, Don. There's you.
Don gets the honors.
That's absolutely Don gets the honors.
That's hot. All right.
There you go.
All those?
Yeah.
Why don't you?
We're gonna make another batch.
I'll throw the next batch on. Everybody can eat on separate goes.
Careful, it's hot still.
Yep.
You got enough on there?
It soaked it right in because it's a million degrees.
Yeah.
Here, you gotta
Let's
go.
go.
You gotta do it right.
There.
That's this year's. There you go.
Don's getting diabetes just by eating his pancakes.
Yeah. Wow, that's delicious.
Too much heat.
I jiggled it.
Uh-oh.
Whew, that is hot. Might have to move it up a touch. Just little increments. Degrees of temperature, just like cooking on the stove. Who gets the ugly ones?
Whew. It's crazy how hot this is still. Like we can't even hold the bottle. That's how hot it is. And like I said, if that once that cools down, it'll thicken up. It's because it's 100 degrees still. It's got to cool down for it, the consistency to go up. Oh, the pancakes are. Oh yeah, pancakes are thirsty pancakes. They just like suck the syrup right in. It's like just a cake full of syrup. Cake syrup.
Oh, beautiful. Let's see if I can fit all these in there without them touching. Small pan.
I feel like Gollum. Oh, precious. We've got to build a table and chairs, Don. We weren't sure if the syrup was going to be ready today, so Chris ended up bringing last year's stock. This is last year's stock on a mason jar. You can kind of see the color differential. It's kind of like, looks like motor oil, and it's probably because it was like the last boil of the last season.
Motor oil.
Looks like motor oil, dark.
That's not a good way to say it.
It looks like well, the taste probably delicious, but it looks like motor oil. Look how well, other than the dirt on the bottom of this jar. This is a dark, okay, not motor oil, dark amber. Is there sediment in the bottom of this? This is 1 year old. This is exactly, well, about a year old, 365 days old, and you can see, well, it could be that it's just thicker, the viscosity or the density, because it's thicker. It's twice as thick as that one for like clarity. Anyways, that's the comparison between this one and this one. Both delicious.
It's good.
Okay, we're moving right along with our roof, and we're running into a little bit of a problem, and I think we found a solution to it. So these guys here don't really touch this middle beam. Now, that would have probably been easier to just kind of put the middle beam in afterwards and just kind of push it out, but we didn't really have that luxury because it's used as structure because we kind of moved our way up. So what we've done is we've cut these cedar shims, and we're going to use a steel stud to run from our ridge to our other side, and we're going to shim it, and then it makes our roof perfectly flat so our steel doesn't buckle when it's installed. So we've got our shims all cut, and we've got our steel. This is our steel stud. This is our one steel stud. It's about 9 feet long, and that'll allow us to kind of use it as a straight edge and flatten out the roof that way. So as you can see, these are a little too long. We don't want to be able to, whoops, that fell down. We want to be able to see or not see the shims. So we're going to tuck them in this way. So when you're at the ground level, you can't see it, only when you're up here. But I guess, and then when we put the roofing insulation and whatnot. Doesn't it look cool up here? I think it looks neat. Okay. Oh, this is why they don't build 1 foot centers. I think I made it through. I don't think my hips are gonna go through. Oh, my tool belt. Come on. It's stuck. I always like to talk a little bit about the weather because it affects you so much when you're building outside. So overnight we had a snap freeze and it went down to -2. So everything froze over, and that's a huge benefit for us because we were able to go get our steel roof. And it was 18 degrees and everything was snotty, soupy mess. And we were contemplating having to take each sheet off and carrying it down the hill because the tractor just wouldn't make it through the mud and we'd get stuck. But fortunately we had the flash freeze. Everything firmed up. We were able to just load it up and load it up on the forks and drive it down here, which is a huge amount of effort that we didn't have to do. So we can almost quit now while we're ahead. We've done a half a day's work in 5 minutes with the tractor, which is awesome. So we've got the roof, and yeah, so we're just basically clearing off our snow. It snowed a little bit and it rained a whole lot. We got a little bit of a puddle here. Don's here. Start getting our strapping up and getting our roof all set up so we can actually put our steel on. So we've made some good progress. We've got one side leveled off. We've got to put our strapping up here. Up here. Where's up here? Strapping up here. It's cold again. I don't know how. It's shorts and t-shirt weather, and then it goes to a 2-layer day to yeah, it's up and down. It's crazy. Now we're dealing with snow and water and mud. Scaffold looks like it sunk a little bit too. Feel like a bird up here, high above the trees. Cue the crows. That was right on cue. So anyways, yeah, I'm up on the roof. As you can see, the strapping is coming along quite nicely. It seems to be evening out the bumps and the humps. Because we're building on top of logs, the roof it's becoming a chore to make it all level. What we've done is we've kind of let the main structure of the roof kind of float in the middle, and then once we put our strapping in, it kind of is pulling up and pushing down as it goes, just to make the roof lay flat. But it seems to look pretty darn flat. So we're making some good progress here. This is going a little quicker than I thought. So we're on track for tomorrow. Tomorrow, the big day when we put our sheeting on. We got Vic West sent us our roof. Forest green. I don't know if it's forest green or emerald green. It's dark green. So that should go on quite nice. We've making progress. I shouldn't walk around up here. It's kind of high. I don't know if you can tell how high I am. Blue sky. It's nice up here. Hey, it's like a birdhouse, Don. Don's standing on top of Don's head. Don's down there. All right, let's get some more screws in this bad boy. Get this show on the road. We got our sunshine. This is what I love, doing roofs in the sunshine. So I've got, we boiled down our maple syrup to the final product, and look at that, liquid gold. This happens to be, you know, the retail bottle. We don't sell it, we just gotta give it away, but it's the pretty stuff. So here you go, Don. Here's your
No, thank you very much.
Here's your maple syrup. You take that home with you and you can put it on your coffee or your pancakes or
My Egos.
Egos. Look at the Eggo
Might
guy.
be Eggo tonight. Egos for tonight.
That would be delicious. Egos
Yeah,
and
no, thank you. I'm sure. Well, I know it is delicious because you already had it. So I thank you very much for it.
yeah, there's more where that comes from. If that runs out, you just bring the bottle back and I'll fill her back up.
Refill it. That's
Yeah,
great.
those are
Great
those,
news.
you can't even find those bottles this year. There's the glass bottles. We got mason jars for the other people, but Don's special, so he gets the real McCoy.
And I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
You don't have to appreciate it that much. Big day. We got our roof. We got our Vic West roof. The reason why I picked Vic West is because they're awesome. You know, you give them the dimensions, and sure enough, they cut the roof to size, and they ship it off. So the lead time on this guy was like extremely quick. I called them up, gave them my dimensions, and sure enough, it showed up before our roof structure was ready. So that's impressive. Don't necessarily like doing it that way. I like to have the roof structure done and then order the panels, because we ran into a little bit of a problem, but we've got a solution for it. The panels are cut exactly what I asked for, but they're too big for the roof because the overhang is going to be a little bit shorter than 9 feet. It's going to be like 8'6". So we're going to trim off a little bit of this roof, and I've got a special tool for that with a special blade. Now normally I would take a blade and I turn it upside down, like a regular blade, turn it upside down and cut it backwards to cut steel, but instead I've got the actual proper blade. I went and bought the boomerang metal cutting blade. I don't know, it's got carbide tips and stuff. Anyways, I picked it up at Princess Auto, got little fine teeth, and we're gonna give it a whirl because it does cut sheet metal, steel, roofing, and siding. So in theory, this is the blade for cutting steel. So hopefully that's gonna work out well for us. We're gonna chalk that guy up. We're gonna cut some steel and get the first panels on. Because I don't usually always have the right tool, is what you do is you take the blade and you flip it upside down. So it uses the blade backwards. So it almost like it's nicking the stuff, and it's taking like small chunks of the steel out, and it allows you to cut it without using a proper steel blade. So let's put it in backwards. This is the old blade. It's got no teeth left because I think I cut like not even mild steel. I cut like legitimate steel with it backwards. So it's a ninja star now. So we've got the proper blade. I'm curious to see how it's going to work. I'm going to use a scrap chunk of steel before I use a proper roof, because I don't know how it's going to work. So let's all right, first test of the full metal blade to cut the steel. I've got a junk piece steel that I'm going to test it out on, because I've never actually done this before with a proper metal blade cutting metal. So I got my safety glasses, got my ear protection. That worked good. A little scary. Worked really good. All right, now we just gotta cut our panels. We're probably gonna cut 6 at a time, because it's easier to cut 6 at a time than it is to cut 1 at a time. So you can see the thing wasn't that violent. I think if I enter the cut a little slower than I did, probably won't be so violent. All right, guys, so we're gonna measure twice, 3 times, even maybe 4 times, and we're gonna cut once because it's an important cut. We've got, originally our roof was supposed to come down to about here, which is about 9 feet. And if you can see the problem with the fact your eye might poke into the edge of the roof. So if I measure from the ridge all the way down to the edge, I've got 8 feet exactly. And I want to give it a little bit more of an overhang. So I'm thinking if I were to cut this guy, actually if I cut it exactly at 8 feet, leave it down from the ridge a little bit, it'll give me a little bit of wiggle room. Got our measurement, we measured it twice. Let's measure the other side. I can do that off camera. We're gonna measure, make sure everything's perfect before we make a cut. So if you want to look at the positive side of this, just think how many birdhouses I can make with all these chunks of 1 foot chunks. Lots of birdhouses. Well, guys, don't recommend that. That was a not a fun process. Yeah, that's a 2 out of 10 in my books. Yeah, build your roof structure first and then order your panels, because cutting that is no fun. Fortunately, we only have to do that 1 more time to make our other 6 panels the right size. My advice to you is it's kind of like swimming. Keep your mouth closed when you're doing that, and Yeah, hold your breath. Yeah, okay, let's get the panels up. This is the most exciting part of any build, is when you close in your living space and you kind of make it feel like home. And we put the lid on it. What we do is we actually square up the first sheet the best we can. This is a log cabin, so it's not exactly square. And what's good about this roof is that it allows a little bit of play. It's not rocket science by any stretch of the imagination. You put your roof on and then you square it up the best you can and you go with it. But you want to make sure your first panel is square. So as you can see, our strapping is installed. It's relatively square. I think this will go pretty quick.
Okay, so what we're doing here now is just pre-marking the ribs where Kevin's gonna fasten. So, and this is where all the strapping is up above, and then he won't have to either guess at it or measure up there. So we're just trying to make this a little quicker process.
The reason why I pick Vic West is because it's so easy to work with. It goes so quickly, and there's lots of colors to choose from. So we've picked forest green color, and it's Ultra Vic. So what we do to install this stuff is we build the roof with strapping. I put the main ribs 1 foot on center, and then I put the strapping 16 inches on center. And what that allows us is to have pretty good structure to actually secure the roof to the building. Now, there is a little bit of a debate on where to put these screws, and a lot of people say you put them in the flat so you can screw them in further. I disagree with that, and I think the manufacturer disagrees with that as well. I've watched the video on the installation guide, and we put them in the high spots, or the ribs, in order to allow the water to sheet off both sides and not kind of pool. Because if you put them on the low spots, that's kind of where water pools anyways, is always on the lowest point of the roof. Well guys, that went up pretty quick. That was, in real time, 2 hours to do one side, and it was basically one guy plus Don. Don was handing me the panels, and yeah, I was screwing them off. So it's kind of a pitchy roof. You wouldn't want to stand on it, but it went up really fast. So that's another reason why you pick a steel roof, is because it's a 1 day roof. You know, at the end of the day, you're not tired because you're not lugging shingles. But yeah, so 2 hours, one side. We got another side to go. And what I like about the other side is because I went this side, and you always have to screw from the left hand, because we went from the front to the back. The other side should be easier because I'll be using my dominant hand, which is my right hand, and you don't have to reach over so far and use your left hand. My left hand is more or less useless. So one of the other reasons why I pick a steel roof, and especially for a roof in the forest, is that stuff doesn't grow on this like a traditional shingle roof. So if you've ever seen a house with a lot of trees around it and it's got a traditional shingles roof, there's always moss growing on it because it never really dries out. With a steel roof, you don't really have to worry about it too much. It's kind of like a roof for life. You set it and forget it. Stuff just falls off. The pine needles just kind of shoot off. The snow shoots off. Everything just kind of goes off the roof. So it's quick. The installation, like you're going 3 feet at a time. One person can easily manage a panel, get it in place, and you screw the thing down. You're not lugging up asphalt shingles. Lugging is like, if you've ever done an asphalt shingle, you realize that this is the way to go. Steel is the way to go, and you don't have to replace it in 15 years or 8 years. So this is the screw. It's a little hex head. Use a little nut driver, magnetic nut driver on your impact driver, and you can screw them. You screw the panels off in the ribs, and then there's a little rubber washer that prevents the water from going in beside the screw. So what you want to do when you put these screws in is you don't want to over squish them. You can over squish the rubber washer and it becomes sort of useless. So there's a little bit of a learning curve, not too bad. You just don't want to mash it in. You also don't want to mash the rib in. So there's a right amount of torque to put on these things. You just kind of snug it up. You don't want to squish it because there's a rubber washer to seal your water out. I'm impressed the way it looks. Look how it fits in its surrounding. It's not, you know, it doesn't stick out. Look at that. Like that's this. It's a natural habitat. That green color, that forest green, really fits. A neat way to draw a line if you don't have a straight edge is if you hold your tape measure in one hand, like this, and then you attach your pencil to the other side. And what you do is you run the material along your index finger like this. And that gives you a straight line if you don't have a straight edge. The side that we cut is going to get buried under the roof cap. So we're not too worried about that. After we get the one panel in, we overlap each subsequent panel with this one little rib here. And this allows the water to sheet off of the panel and out, as you can see. So the screw goes here. We've got the long ladder out, and it's designed for the last panel because there's no real places to stand. Otherwise you could stand on the little monkey bars you got up here. The trees they're fighting back. We've got one last panel to do. But like I said, we've got a ladder leaned up against it because there's no real place to stand. So we put the ladder leaned up on a whatever degree this is, and allows us to kind of walk up here safely. Put a couple more screws in here. We've got probably a total of 2.5 hours. No, more than that, 3 hours. 3 hours the whole roof. We got the ridge left to do, which no big deal. But we've got some more screws to put on. Nothing like a brand new steel roof to look at. It's beautiful. Whenever I put the steel roof on, I always take the extra time to measure out where my screws go. And I think it's more of an aesthetic thing than anything else, because you want that perfectly straight line of screws when you look down the roof, if you ever do. It just gives you, I don't know, like a satisfaction of a job well done when all your screws are lined up perfectly. Otherwise, you got them out of, well, you could randomly put them. I don't know if you could randomly put screws. I just put them all in a straight line. Nicey nice. Makes my brain feel good when they're all in a straight line. These branches. The branches! See, we're up in the trees. Leave every tree we can. I like trees. I don't like when they smack me in the face, but yeah. All right, so we've got a couple more screws to put on. Last panel, then the ridge beam. We're all set. We'll be watertight. There's supposed to be rain tonight, so it'll be the first time these logs didn't see rain in forever. I got the ridge cap on. I've just got a couple more screws I've got to put in there, and the best way to do that is just kind of lay it down and see where it wants to find its natural kind of lay, and then you make it flush with both sides, and you don't want to kink it. You just kind of let it find its home. It knows where it wants to go, and you just got to put it there. You just got to loosely put the screws at one end and then put it on the other end and then fill in the gap. But yeah, I think it looks great. What do you think? Hey Don, what's the best part of having a roof on here?
We have somewhere to store our tools.
That's right. We don't have to put it underneath our bucket anymore. We've got a place to put our tools to keep everything dry. It's definitely a milestone when you get a roof on something and you can keep yourself dry and out of the elements. And I look forward to actually finishing the inside now. There might be some big plans, big changes on this thing. We're pretty much finished boiling sap. We ended up with a total of 27 liters of finished maple syrup. So our evaporator is sitting idle. Maple syrup season is officially over. Now we can just get to enjoy the delicious maple syrup. Continue on with the inside of the sugar shack. There's some big changes coming up. You guys have to stay tuned for that. But anyways, we're gonna get some windows, some doors, you know, kind of get some more light inside the cabin. It is rather dark. I do have a special helper today. By helper, I mean a little power pack. We're gonna look at that a little later on today. And it's gonna help us light up the inside of that cabin so we can actually see while we're working. And yeah, so yeah, it's a building, it's a structure, it's substantial. See where we get. We gotta get started before we get anything done. It's always the hard part, right? Get started. All right, guys. Now that we have it finally cleared out of all that scaffold, we can finally take a look at inside. Look how big this thing is. This thing's a monster. It's big. This is about 10 by 12-ish, roughly. There's a little tapered at the back from the front. I've got to put some windows in here. I've got a couple stored up in the pile. I'm gonna go get them shortly. But first, I was thinking of, you know, it's kind of like good to always think about what you're gonna do before you do it, and kind of like let it rattle around in your brain a little bit to make sure it makes sense. As it turns out, this isn't going to hold the evaporator after all. We are going to put an slanted overhang roof on the other side, and the evaporator is going to somewhat live outside. And that's going to deal with a couple of problems. One is the humidity that it creates. Two is the fact that you're putting a really, really hot thing in a pile of sticks, and that has a potential for fire. There's gonna be a log cabin. We're gonna turn this into like a pimped out crib. So the back, which originally was going to be the front, is now, or the front that was originally the front is now going to be the back. So this is going to be the front. We're gonna build a door. And possibly a wraparound deck, nice little hangout area. So when you are boiling sap, you can kind of have a place to hang out. And then the lean-to is going to go from the roof line there out. And then we can have our evaporator possibly at the back. And then we can still kind of go down our trail and dump off our sap as we collect it in the springs. Maybe you guys can weigh in your opinions down below if you want to add some comments. I ran into a little bit of a problem that I've kind of figured a solution out to it. So when we did it, we originally thought the door was going to be 36 inches wide. So what we did was we actually put pins in. You can see kind of pins here and there and all the way up. So that kind of limits our opening to 36 inches, or well, probably a little bit more, a little bit less, a little bit more. So anyways, around 3 feet. A lot of the giant windows I had up there were 48 inches, so 4 feet across by 4 feet wide. And the problem with that is if I did put it in this back wall, I would have I'd cut all the pins out. And that's probably no bueno. Clean up the edges a little bit and install it. Okay, so what I've done is I've taken a couple of scrap 2x4s and I've built somewhat of a picture frame, squared it up, and then used it as a template and leveled it on the wall. It kind of gives me a picture frame opening where I can run my saw along it. So I've always said, if you're gonna fail quickly and move on. Here goes nothing. I'm gonna cut the opening with the big saw. How's that for a picture window? It actually worked pretty good. You can see the opening. It's nice and square. I gotta put a little piece at the bottom. I didn't want to go too low to the bottom because the floor hasn't been put in, so the floor will be up high and the window will be down low. So you don't want to be able to. You want to give a little bit of space underneath the window, but I think once you're standing, which is floor level, you'll still be able to see out the window once you're inside the cabin. That's my plan. I got to put a little bit of a log down here because, like I said, I wanted to bring it up a little bit more in order to get the window up a little higher. But other than that, that worked out pretty good. Let's see if the window fits. I got my buddy down the road. He indicated to me that he has some time to give me a hand. And by hand, I mean he's bringing up his big tractor because I want to move a giant log. You guys probably saw it in previous episodes where we kind of muscled it up the hill and then got it all the way to the mill, and then we couldn't lift it onto the mill. And so he's got a really big tractor, and he's volunteered to come and load it on the mill. So let's go have a look at that thing. That thing's going to be our floor. Yeah, some days you just kind of run up and down the hill all day long. All right, let's go take a look at this John Deere. Well, guys, that's one of the most unconventional windows I've ever installed. So I'm going to address the side here with my window build-outs, and I'm going to make my window build-outs substantial. So they're going to tie all these logs together. If you look really closely, you can actually see there's pins. There's pins that pin each log together, and that's what kind of creates or gives it its structural integrity. So it kind of displaces all the weight to the pillars, the posts, and the side. So that's the idea with these posts. So a lot of the times what guys will do, from what I've read, is you'll actually notch in a 2x4 in order to join all these together. But we preemptively did that with bar, so we're not going to have to worry too much about that. Basically, the interior finishing now are the jam build out in order to put my trim on the inside. Is there trim on log cabins? Who knows? We're probably going to put some trim. And then the outside, we got you know, the build outs and the brick mold on that guy. That'll be done just after chinking or right before we do the chinking. We got to do the layout for the door because crawling through this window is going to get old very, very quickly. So let's move on to that. Let's make a template for the door. Cut her out. Well, guys, I think I'm gonna have to sleep on that. This is the opening of a standard sized doorway. It's 34 inches wide by about 80 inches tall. And if you look back from over here, that's like most of the wall. So I'm gonna think about that before I cut that open, because that's big. Just as planned. I guess that one did get pinned in. That's okay. That was a pass log, or that was a butt log, so it's not really critical. Door doesn't want to come out though. Maybe it could be one of those like whirly bird things. Just keep spinning it. Look at one of those pass-through doors. There. You can see all our pins. All our pins are. There it goes. Good. It's still holding. Look. It goes to show you should probably plan a little bit more and not renovate middle way through your cabin. So there was never supposed to be a door. There was never going to be a door here originally. So we pegged these all together, anticipating putting a window or something in, but never a door. So you can kind of see they're all a mash of bar and whatnot. Now that we got it out, we've got a nice door opening. I think it looks good. I only hit one peg with my chainsaw, which really irks me, but I guess it's the price you pay.
Wait.
Ready? Yep. Just keeps fighting. Well, in the grand scheme of things, that wasn't the worst thing I've ever done. That's right up there with cutting a window in a brick house. Well, maybe not that bad, but it wasn't that bad. Now you can see we can get into the cabin. Like, look at this. This is beautiful in here. Well, on our way, I think we're gonna cut one more window. I can't remember which wall. Anyways, one of these windows, we're gonna actually probably do layout and put the floor in before we cut the third window in. I guess we did a door and one window, so we'll do one more window once we've got the layout all set up. But I think we're gonna work on the floor. Anyways, we gotta mill some of that stuff up. We've got a log actually chalked up on the mill. My buddy the other day brought his tractor down, and we got that all chalked up, so that's ready to go. And what I'm probably going to do as well is cut the jamb out for the opening here, because you want to brace all these logs all the way up. It kind of gives it structure, and it just carries on the load up to the top. But what I'm envisioning here is sort of a wood stove to the right side here, and then a bed, like a single, not too big, right size, and then probably maybe a bunkie, so you can have a double, like a bunk bed, and then possibly a kitchenette in this area here, right side or left side of the door, depending on which way we're going to make it swing in. It might swing out. I haven't decided that yet, and we've got to work on the ceiling. I've got some plans for that, to do proper insulation in the ceiling, and then a proper stylized ceiling, so maybe a tongue and groove of some sort. But yeah, it's coming along quite nice. We got to do chinking, because we can kind of see through the walls too. So I haven't decided whether I'm going to use mortar or if I'm going to use the clay straw method. I don't know, maybe you guys have an opinion on that. One log will more than do the floor area. So it's going to be a 1-inch thick milled ash boards, and they're going to go probably lengthwise, because we have enough length. And then we're going to rough frame the studs in here using the spruce logs that we have in order to give us some structure, because we're kind of sitting in the hole, so we've got a bridge still in order to add our flooring. Check a look at that log. That is the second largest log I've ever had on this mill. This thing is a monster. You can kind of use Chris as comparison, other than that doesn't really show you how big it is. Kind of does. It's a monster. I cannot lift this log. This is possibly hundreds of board feet worth of log. It's going to serve our purpose well, because it's going to be the floor all in one, the door jamb, the door build out. It's gonna do everything. So this is the log that came out of the beside the sauna that was threatening the sauna. So we managed to get it up here on the mill, and now we're gonna mill it up. Many boards, and it's always easier to have somebody else to take the lumber off the mill as you mill it. So now that we have our rough size opening cut out, we can actually frame it in by putting a door jamb. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some ash that I just milled up, which is about 1 inch thick by about 9-10 inches wide, and I'm going to fill this basically with a picture frame, and then I'm going to put a door on that. And it's all going to be custom built out of some stuff I've got laying around. It's gonna be interesting trying to fit that thing in there. All right, so now that we got that door frame in, we just got to go about fastening the walls together. So this actually is inch and a quarter inch thick ash that I milled up on the mill. Going to be the floor. It's also going to be the door. That's a really solid door frame. So that's the frame. It's also going to tie the walls together and kind of like make it one big monolithic wall. And that's going to, yeah, I think it looked pretty good. It worked excellent. It's nice and plumb level. So I just gotta build a door now. So yeah, that's pretty easy. I'll probably have it swing in because I just like the idea of the picture frame style. And then you can kind of see the top log. It's kind of, you probably can't tell on camera, but it looks like it's crooked, but it's not crooked. Well, the log's crooked because it's a log, but the frame is perfectly plumb and square, which is unusual for the first try, other than I had to nip off a little bit of the side. It's going pretty good. I like that. Let's just build a door now. That should be pretty easy to do.
Daddy?
Yeah?
What did you make today?
Oh, I don't know. A couple things. What do you think?
Cool. But what's this thing called?
This is a log cabin.
Oh. Can I go in?
Sure.
Thank you. Is this your home?
You think so?
I think it's your home.
That needs a little bit of adjustment. A little bit more style. It's just a big old slab with no real detail. So I've got one of these guys left over. This is a lens on a high bay light. And I don't know if you guys watched the cabin build. There's up in the upper loft area, there's actually an eyeball window. So I'm thinking, yeah, I think it goes right here. Peek your eye out the window. Otherwise, what do you look? You gonna put a little peephole on there? I don't know. Looks pretty big. Looks like a neat peephole to me. I've got a glue on a piece of or silicone on a piece of black pipe. Gives me kind of a trim piece, so I can actually hold it there. All right, let's silicone some stuff on that thing and check that out for picturesque. Look at that rainbow. That's amazing. That's probably the prettiest rainbow I've ever seen. And you guys get to see it too. Bonus! As you can see, the rain has come. Look at that. You know what? You gotta take your time out to just look at that sort of stuff. That's neat. My big head's in the way. That's cool. Rainbow to finish off the day. Poof, just like that. That's the pipe stuck to the edges, and I've siliconed it on, so it gives you a nice surface to attach to. So now the plan is to cut it into the door. I'm gonna use this as a template and then draw a circle around it. I think it's dry. Let's see, right about there. Now that I've got the hole cut out, I can actually get inside. These boards are screwed in on either side, so they're a little bit flimsy. Well, they're not that flimsy. But what I can do is actually throw screws in this way. To tie everything together. All now I have to do is make a hula hoop to make it like a gasket that this window is going to fit in. So I've got another piece, a little branch, and I whittled it down so it slides inside this pipe, just like that. And then you take the other end, you slide it in there, and it allows you to connect it. So this is going to screw onto here. Should just hold it there. My original plan was to silicone this in place so it has to be not removable. But I think I might want to remove this in the summertime to actually get a little bit of airflow. So I should probably fashion some brackets to just hold it there as the door swings open and closed. So what I ended up using is these little rubber feet I had laying around. And what works really well is a long deck screw. We're gonna start finishing the inside of our log cabin. I'm gonna measure it off, I'm gonna do a material takeoff list, and then we're gonna head up to the pines because we're gonna make the floor joists out of some dead standing pine. If you guys, if you guys are just tuning in and you wanna see what our progress is, we can see we've got no floor. We've got lights. We got lights hanging on. Come on, make light. Light. All right, we got light. We've got no floor. We've got a little bit of temporary construction light. Blinding. We're gonna create floor joists that go from side to side, and then we're gonna use our ash that we milled up to go from front to back. One single board. I think the max width was 15 inches across, which is a huge board for a floorboard, so it should make short work of that. It's kind of the sign of the times right now is that the material is crazy expensive if you gotta go buy it. So it's important more than ever to kind of be self-sufficient, self-reliant, and make the stuff yourself. We're gonna head up onto the mill and we're gonna find some sticks that we can flatten out to make our floor structure because I ain't buying it. Yeah, so it shouldn't take that long. We just gotta find some pine. And like I said, it's been a long-term project cleaning up these pines of the dead standing. So taking some pines, making it into something I need. This one here is a pretty good candidate. You can see how it's just kind of standing there dead. Bark's all come off, it's probably pretty dry. It's kind of in the way for all the other new growth. So those are the trees I'm looking for. I need about 9.5 feet or so. Not too wide, but the plan is to take them and flatten off one side to give us something to nail our floorboards onto. But as you can see, there's not, you don't have to look far. There's lots to choose from, like this one here. Oh, sticks. Got one there, that one might be a little too thin. But we can even get, closer we can get real close to the sawmill. Now we don't have to drag anything too far, but there's some really monsters in here. So now that we've got all our trees cut, we're gonna take the time and we're gonna set them all up on the mill, and we're gonna give a flat spot on the top in order for our flooring to sit on. So I've never actually tried to do this before, and I guess there was a couple of comments that said I should have flattened all the logs when I did the log cabin. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to try the button pass method, and the primary reason why I didn't, even consider it when I did the button pass logs on the log cabin itself is because they were all the way over there, and I had to get them all the way over here in the middle of winter, which would have probably tripled or quadrupled the work. So these guys were, easy to get to. They're about 4 to 5 inches in diameter. They're like popcorn fart dry, these guys should be ideal candidates for floor joists. And I know there's going to be people out there going, well, they're not thick enough. You know, you should be using a 2x8 or a 2x10 or something like that. The thing with a full-size tree is that it's got all the heartwood. It's got all the the tensile strength of a log. So it's only going around. It's spanning about 9 feet, and it'll probably going slightly more than 16 inch on center, probably like 13, 14 and a half inches on center. And again, the logs, actually the floorboards themselves are 1 inch thick. What's neat about these log stops is you can adjust them depending on how long your log is. So what I did was I actually adjusted it from a 4-foot section over to a probably about an 8-foot section. But as you can see, there's more over here, so you can adjust to make your stops longer depending on how big your stock is you're milling. So it's adjusted for a 9-foot roughly log, and then you got your thing that holds the log there. So should be secure. All right, guys, ready to rock. We got all our material all set up. Just doing the inspection on the door. Doesn't it fit like a glove?
Like a glove.
So guess what, Don? We're putting a floor in today. We got to make it level. We got to probably, you know what we should probably do is rake out all the organic material underneath here to give us some less, you know, that old building smell that you get when you have an old building. It's because it's organic material. So if we rake it all out, and then we set our ringer, we should probably empty it first. So that's what we're gonna do. We got it all cleared out in here. Anyway, so we're gonna do a ringer. By ringer, we're gonna add a flat board to the edge, and then we're going to notch in our floor joists that way. Don's got his fire. He likes making fire. I gotta maintain that thing. Well, I put a chalk line from end to end. I know both of my edges are level, and what I'm going to do is actually put my my cross joist to the underside of the string. I'm going to use my bracket to attach it to the log on the wall, and hopefully, in the end, it'll make me a flat floor. It's kind of like arts and crafts meets floor construction. I'm sure there's an easier way to do this, but well, this is the way I'm going to do it. Well, guys, I'm pretty happy with that floor. The spans, it's a little squeaky. Uncertain, but these ones aren't squeaky. Huh. I've got one extra floor joist left over, and I think I'm going to support the middle of this floor. I think there's a little bit of deflection in the middle, and I think the middle post will help get rid of the squeak and firm up the floor a little bit. I am going with 1-inch lumber on top of everything, so maybe even allowing it to, or preventing it from bowing in the middle, which wouldn't be good over time. So we'll support it, and then it'll be like basically every 4 feet there'll be structure. So that should it's kind of like a going above and beyond. Do I think it's going to move if I didn't? Probably not. But I have it, might not use it. And then we'll be ready for the flooring material. She darn near engineered. got my respirator. And the most important, I got my work tune. You guys can't hear it, but I'll be dancing in my head. Well, I think I got it pretty good. The technique behind this guy is kind of good with swirling motion. Always keep it moving, otherwise it digs a big hole. So again, this wasn't, it's not intended to have a piano finish on it. It was just kind of sand it, make it clean, get a little smoother for your feet. I'm in socked feet right now, and I think that's as probably unclothed as you're gonna get in this cabin. So, and it's pretty soft as it is. So I'm gonna throw a coat of varnish or sanding sealer onto it, so it's thinned out varnish, so it gives it a nice coat of protectant to keep it clean in the future, and then you can more or less, you know, wipe it down with a wet cloth and it doesn't soak in. What I'm using to finish this floor is polyurethane varnish. It's an oil-based product. It means you can thin it with Varsol or paint thinner. Ideally, you're applying this either with a, you know, it's almost like a trowel or a squeegee when you do floor finishing. I don't have one of those right now, so I'm going to use myself a brush. And ideally, use a natural bristle brush, but I don't have one of those either, so I'm using a regular polyester nylon brush. This is a roller, but it's an old roller, so it's got all the fuzz out of it. And you can see how it's been washed at least a couple times. So what I like to do is you know, it keeps the fuzz down, especially when you're using the oil-based product. So that's your painting tips for the day. Also, it's a good idea not to shake varnish. You're only supposed to stir it because it adds bubbles. Not so much so critical with an oil-based product. The bubbles seem to kind of settle out, but when you're using a latex finish, water-based finish, it tends to froth up and then you get more bubbles. So I got the old paint tray. It's dry. So yeah, so a quick coat of this stuff and it should, oh, that's some good stuff. Like I said, I thinned her down a bit because I wanted to penetrate the surface, soak right into the wood. Your painting is to add a stick. Even when you're painting walls, add a stick. Look how much more action you can get when you're painting a wall with a stick on your end. Use an old paint roller so it doesn't give you fuzz. And in this case, I'm going to cut around the sides because I don't want to get the crud on the exterior, the perimeter. Well guys, that's one less thing on the rainy day project list. Got the floor varnished, sealed, so it remain beautiful forever. And it's easy to clean. The original plan on this build was to create a sugar shack, and the sugar evaporator was going to be inside the log cabin, and that since has changed, and we've decided to build a lean-to on the side of this structure in order to home our evaporator. So everything that was covered by snow and hidden by snow is kind of showing its ugly face now. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time, probably half a day or so, doing a little bit of housekeeping, cleaning up the area, kind of giving myself a blank slate to start a new project. And usually, to give us a little hand with that, is we got fire. And hand in hand with fire, we've got Don. Don's here. He likes making fire. He's got his torch all lined up. He's going to make a little campfire going over there. By campfire, I mean a little bonfire. And we're going to clean up this area. So you can kind of see all the down tree. There's like a little hemlock that's been long dead, and there's some logs that didn't make the cut when we built the cabin, and we got some, you know, piles of brush here and piles of brush over there, and yeah, and then these ash trees that were felled during the winter time. We're gonna probably harvest some of that stuff and salvage it basically to accumulate firewood, because you know winter's coming even though it just ended. Always gathering firewood. And you know what's actually interesting is this tree right here. This one, can you see the end of that guy? It's a balsam, and it snapped off at the base probably about 20 feet away, 30, maybe 40 feet away. It's a long straight tree. And while we're cleaning up, we're gonna see if we can find a couple of cedars, because we need some cedar posts to give us our posts for our lean-to overhang. So anyways, let's fire up the fire up the chainsaw, start stacking some wood, get this area cleaned up. Well, I think all spring cleaning should involve a giant fire, just burn everything. So that's a short amount of time. We did a lot of cleaning. As you can see, we've pretty much limbed up all the trees that were up here. We still got one kind of precarious above us. We'll deal with that shortly. But yeah, so like we're just cleaning up this area here because it was all just kind of mashed together. We've got another little pile over there. So like I said, it's spring cleaning in the bush. You know, work together. Teamwork is the key here because one guy cutting, one guy hauling off little sticks to the trunk wood, and we're going to bring that up to the base, up to the sawmill because they can be used for other things. We can make boards out of them, planks, whatever. Again, there's big plans. There's big plans for this area over here, which is right in front of the pond, half in front of the sauna. We got to get this area kind of cleared out, leveled off, flattened, and yeah, we got some big plans. So you got to stay tuned for that. I have a drawbar on order for my tractor, but I don't have it, so we're going to hook it up to the little thing at the back. I guess that's also called a drawbar, but not what I'm thinking of a drawbar, which is from one of the 3-point hitch arms to the other 3-point hitch arm. That's what I think is a drawbar. Don, in his infinite wisdom, he said to flip the chains over the drawbar to give us a little bit of lift so we can actually keep it out of the ground. It's also important to point out that you should never, ever pull from the top link. That's how you flip your tractor. So this is what we've jerry-rigged up here, some chain drawbar, and that's going to help us pull this log out. You've done that before, right, Don?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, see? He like infinite wisdom. See, that's smart, because we don't have a drawbar. Again, like I was saying, the drawbar goes from this arm to this arm and allows you to wrap the chain around here and then lift from the center. But we don't have that, so we're going to make do with this. It's going to wreck the paint, but who cares about paint? It's a tractor. It's a working tractor. So it's actually looking more like a lawnmower than anything else these days without the backhoe on the back of it. Well, we're getting there. Another day, another dollar, as they say. We got quite a bit accomplished today. We got firewood, which is a little byproduct of our little endeavor of cleaning up. This tree doesn't give me the warm and fuzzies. It's a big one. By big, I mean tall. And it's kind of hanging over top of the cabin. Although it does have some redeeming qualities, it's alive. Chances of the hinge holding and being able to pull it in this general direction is good. It won't hit the cabin, in theory. One of the more risky trees I've taken down, and I probably should take these down before I build cabins nearby. But this is where the overhang is going to be for the evaporator. So yeah, so I've just carefully can you guys see that? I've carefully made a notch in the front of it. I'm ready to do my back cut, but I'm reluctant. Just gonna survey the land, make sure everything's cool, and it's gonna go that way. That's my thoughts. What do you think, Don?
Looks good.
What do you think of that notch?
Perfect.
Is it a perfect notch?
Perfect notch. It's going to go right where you want it to go.
or it's going to hit the cabin.
Yeah, or it'll be a disaster. But.
All right. Well, we got to take a little chunk of this roof off anyways in order to put the lean-to on. So let's just start tickling this tree and see if she wants to go that way. Wish me luck, boys. Oh, uh-oh. That's a bigger axe than that. My wedge. Well, I don't know about you guys, but that was a pretty textbook felling of a tree. As you guys could see, the back cut kind of goes all the way to the one side, and it hits the hinge, which the hinge is the holding wood, which keeps the tree up and down. And on this particular tree, I might have left a little bit too much holding wood, and that's why it wasn't falling very easily. But there is a reason why I did that, is because I really didn't want it to fall on the cabin, so I wanted as much holding wood as I possibly could have. So it's held onto the stump right to the ground. It's still sitting there, so it didn't. The hinge didn't even break off. So that was a really, really strong hinge. Again, I'm not an expert on tree falling. I just, when it counts, I seem to come to the table when it counts. You know, every other tree gets hung up. This one didn't. Okay, so next on the agenda is this. It's a balsam tree, and it's hung up in another tree, and the wind took it down. So it's kind of still sitting on its root ball. And I thought this is the ideal tree to cut a whole bunch of material from. And it's kind of two birds with one stone. It has to come out of here anyways. It is kind of like a hazard because it is what they call a widowmaker. Look at the size of this thing. It's huge. We didn't stick this one in the tree. It's the wind did. So we're just dealing with the aftermath. So I've got a plan. I don't know if it's going to work. We're going to back the tractor in, and we're going to cut it off the base, and we're going to see what's going to happen. Maybe it'll roll out. What do you think, Don? You think it'll roll out? You think it'll just roll itself down and we'll just pull it out and off to the mill it goes?
We'll see.
I was expecting a full no from Don on that one. But yeah, so we're going to just kind of give us a clear exit path. It's always important to kind of make an exit path when you're dealing with anything kind of dangerous like this. We'll be over there towing with the big long tow strap, get on firm ground, because it is kind of a little wet out here. Just run up that tree. What do you think? She smells good. That smells delicious. Get you guys situated over there. You guys can watch, critique. Repositioned our tree. It's not that we can't get it out of the ground, it's that it's stuck up in the crotch. We're way up in the other tree that's way over there. So we've been kind of trying to wiggle it. We've wrapped it around the tree this way, and every time we pull, we spin the tree, so hopefully breaking off whatever's at the top of the tree in order to pull it down, because we can get enough pull on it. It's just really stuck, so it keeps pulling itself back. All right, fire it up. Let's go. Let's get this guy on the ground. He wants to be 2x4s. Well, it was just that easy. That's fun. It was wedged up in the crotch of that ash tree so bad that we wiggled it, and it finally broke off and we got her down. That took a long time. So now we're gonna process this guy up. We gotta get a 16-footer to the mill, which might prove to be another challenge, but let's see what we can do. All right, so we got 3 posts that are going to be used to support our overhang, and we are going to start digging some holes. Now, I do have a hoe for the little tractor, and it does dig a decent hole, but I like to hand dig these holes because it's a tight fit. And it's better to have a tight fit when you're setting a post. If I had a post hole auger, that would probably be ideal, because then you would just be able to just dig an exact size hole, plunk the post in place, and you got a nice tight hole for your post, because that's what you want for a post. Nice tight hole. You're doing fine. Here, look it. You gotta use your foot. Come here. Give me a shovel. Let me see. Well, you can't just drop it. Here. Over here. Use your foot. Use your foot. Use your foot. Foot. You gotta use your foot. Look it. Up. Ready? Now that we've got our two main posts in, we're going to work on our beam. So that's going to be the balsam tree that we removed the other day. We got it up at the mill, so let's go there now and mill it up and see what we can make with that large beam. The beam itself, I think, was 17 feet long. My mill can only do 16.6 or so. So we got to trim that down a little bit, and I believe we'll be able to make all of the strapping and whatnot that's going to be above our ceiling joists. So we can make that all at once. It is a fresh log, so it's going to be sticky. So let's head on up there and make some wood. Well, guys, you don't see that every day. That log just kind of hopped off the mill. I think the tree where it fell down and it was leaning up against the other trees, it kind of developed some stress. As you saw, when it sawed, it actually jumped off the wood, and I think that's a crooked piece of wood. I think that's destined for Home Depot or something. I think I'm going to turn that log one more time, because I'm trying to mill the dimensional lumber for the beam that's going to go from post to post. We're close there now. All right, guys, my milling tip of the day. When sawing anything that's fresh green wood, especially any kind of coniferous tree that's got a lot of sap in it, what I add to my water lubricant is pine sol, and that allows the blade to go through the wood and not accumulate all of the pith from the tree and the sap and the buildup. So the more buildup on your blade, the less likely it's going to go to cut through the wood cleanly. Some guys use diesel fuel. I don't recommend using diesel fuel as a lubricant on a sawmill. It eats the rubber, it stinks, it's not great for the environment. There's lots of reasons why not to use diesel fuel, so I just use pine sol, and in the wintertime I'll use windshield washer fluid. After installing our two main beams, we ended up using a couple of lag screws, or we actually used a threaded rod with a nut and a washer on both sides to secure our main beam in place. And then we added blocking every 4 feet in order to marry both logs together, giving us kind of a structure for our lean-to. Before we get too far along, we're going to have to remove some stumps we've got in the road. I kind of want a flat area around here, so I'm going to use the backhoe, my little tractor, to see if we can break up those stumps. And I've got that remains of the other stump that was there. Whenever I'm removing a stump, I find it the easiest to work my way around the stump, breaking off all the roots that are around the perimeter of the stump and then excavating down below to try to loosen it up. And every once in a while you kind of give it a little tug to see if it's loose enough to pop out, and sometimes your equipment's not big enough and you just kind of have to hit it with an axe or chainsaw in this case. You know, sacrificing a chain to remove a stump, it's not always a bad thing. Sometimes you got to do it. Excavation on this stump was about 2 hours. If you have a bigger machine, it's a much easier than with this little tiny machine, but you can do a lot with these little guys. You just gotta, it takes a little bit more time, you gotta use a little bit more finesse. I am not the expert when it comes to excavating by any means, but if you're stubborn enough, you can get it out. The last couple of days off camera, I've been collecting pine trees out of the pine forest up above, so dead standing pine. I've got them ready for the mill. I've just got to flatten them out and get them down here. So that's probably next on the agenda, but hopefully we can get the overhang completed. It's amazing how quickly spring has sprung. In just a few short days, the leaves are popping out. You've got dandelions that are popping out, and you got, you know, pollens in the air. don't know if you guys can tell. I think I have allergies, or just the excessive amount of pollen in the air. It hasn't rained in a little while, so it is getting very dry, and the pollen is thick. You can see it accumulating on the roofs and on the cars. And anyways, we're up at the pines, and this is where I took out 12 dead standing pine trees. And I don't know if you can tell at all, but it doesn't look like I've done anything at all. I look at trees and I think, what can I build with them? Because I don't really want to just kind of flop them on the ground and let them rot. So I kind of let them stand there until I have a use for them. I think at some point it's going to come to a head where I just can't build anything anymore, and I just got to get rid of the trees. Otherwise they pose danger and whatnot. So anyways, let's mill up those logs and get our overhang started, because that's what's on the agenda for today. All right, we got our surface all level. It's like you can park a truck in here now. It's so flat. Well, I guess you don't really need a flat surface for a truck, but you could park one here. So we got Dawn here today. How many layer day is it today, Dawn?
Less than one.
It's a less than one? Yeah. Oh, Dawn's going commando. Summer is in full swing. It's 25 degrees Celsius. It feels like just the other day it was snowing. It was like 2 weeks ago, maybe it was snowing. Like that's crazy. I don't know. It's the blood hasn't thinned out yet. It's still hot. So we're gonna go grab our stuff we milled out, our joists, our ceiling joists, and we're gonna chalk a line along the roof to determine what we're gonna cut off that the existing steel roof in order to give our lean-to, because we're going to extend it out there and hope for the best. Still haven't quite figured out how I'm going to do that yet, but well, you think about it long enough, you come up with a plan. Well, the easiest way to cut off that roof, I figure, is with an angle grinder. So we use an angle grinder with a zip cut wheel on it, and chalked a line all the way down the roof, and then traced it out with a steel stud just to make sure I got the valleys. And then I use the angle grinder with the zip cut wheel in order to zip all the way down and make a nice straight cut. That worked pretty good. And then we cut the ceiling joists off and unscrewed the strapping that was holding the steel roof, the existing steel roof, in place. So now all we got to do is reattach our ceiling joists and resheet. So that should be easy. Well, guys, as you can see, it's coming along quite nicely. It's actually coming along nicer than I thought it could ever be. It's marrying up two very different things together using natural materials in order to do so. So we've added our chalk line, as you can see here, and we've got our roof trusses pretty much dead on. So now all we got to do is put our strapping on, and we're off to the races. We did add a little bit of a structural element underneath these in order to support them, but I don't have any lag screws. Imagine that. I don't have any lag screws left in my inventory, and it's not as easy to just run out to the store and grab them. So I've got to see what I can find. I was thinking some all around, which is like strapping. I could strap it up there, but I'll probably just kind of hold out and maybe brace it temporarily until I can find some lag screws, because I think that's the only way to do that. The other thing would be like threaded rod and just kind of go all the way up through it and lag it together that way. I've got a couple plans for the front of it, which is this little guy here. Imagine this guy right here, the front post that we cut off accidentally when we were building it. Now it's hanging in midair holding up another piece. So we're gonna probably put an angle piece over here in order to support that piece so it doesn't collapse, because that'd be bad. We got a new tenant too. We got a bird. A bird building a nest. I wonder if it's a robin. We'll let him build there. He's only there for a short period of time anyways. I'll leave the birds. What do they want to do? They want to build a house there? They can build a house there. So as you can see, it's coming along quite nicely. I think we're gonna wrap it up for today, but we're gonna start first thing tomorrow. Good news, guys. Found some lag bolts overnight. We've got 3 of them. That should give us a good start to lag up our beam to hold up our roof. So that's that's pretty exciting. We took our strapping and we spaced it out 16 inch on center, screwed it all down in order to give us our base for our roof. We've got our Sun Tough panels. They were sent to us by Vic West, which is the roofing company. They sent us the steel, and included in the shipment is they sent us 2 of the polycarbonate panels. That'll give us a little bit of light in the overhang to allow us to see while we're actually working on the evaporator. It installed much similar to the steel roofing, but it actually says in the directions to screw in the flats on the polycarbonate, probably because there's not enough rigidity to actually support the screw. So screw on the flats, and I'm going to screw it sparingly because I'm not really susceptible to wind load back here because it's so protected. So I'm not worried about it ripping off the roof or anything like that. Worried about it staying down just a little bit, so I'm going to probably screw it off sparingly. It feels like I just built the world's largest recliner. It's got to be the hottest day. Hottest day of the year so far, and I'm up here on a roof. Fortunately, it's not sunny. We're in the shade, so the gap between both roofs is going to be filled with valley flashing. Unfortunately, we can't get valley flashing right now. It's in short supply, and the stores aren't. They're not very accessible right now, so we're gonna wait on that. Maybe I'll put something in temporarily until we can kind of get ourselves to the store and get some valley flashing, because it's a big gap. Water's gonna run through it. It's not a big deal right now because the walls aren't finished, so it's just a little bit more rain on the walls, but in any luck we'll get it before it starts raining, and we'll just get it installed, and that'll be that. So we've got the roof pretty much buttoned up. We screwed it off every second rib because it's not going to get exposed to a lot of wind, so I'm pretty confident this is going to stay. Again, this is a Vic West roof. Awesome product. I love it. Easy to install. Like, this is day 2 of the project, and we've got the roof on, so it's pretty much watertight if we had our valley flashing. What you got there, Don? The battery?
The battery for you.
Battery for the last screw I ran out of battery for. Look at that screw right there. The only battery. Let's screw it in. Done. Got a couple more finishing touches. I know you guys have been wanting me to do this for a while, so let's get it done right now. If my chainsaw would start. All right, guys, next day, look at, it went from 30 degrees to snowing. I love weather. Weather's awesome, especially especially like I don't think I've ever seen it snow this late in the season. And I kind of anticipated rain, so I was pulling those logs out last night, like just so I can get them out of the muck. And as you can see, like the pond is steaming. There's steam coming off the pond. There's snow landing on it. You gotta make hay when the sun's shining, and you gotta burn stuff when it's raining. So we've had a lot of brush lately that we've been clearing out, and I've kind of waited because it's been crazy dry around here, and I didn't want to set the forest on fire because that's a bad idea. So today is a great opportunity to kind of clean up the area of all of the brush. Like the brush is just like piles. Anyways, I got this thing started earlier this morning, but I don't like filming in the snow or the rain because camera gears don't like the snow and the rain. So that's our plan today, is to clear up. There's piles everywhere. So Don's here. Did I mention Don's here? Don's got his pitchfork. Is that a pitchfork or is that a manure fork?
It's a manure fork.
There's a difference. There's a manure fork and there's pitchforks, and there's
little manure there.
Oh, there's a manure there?
A little bit, not much left.
Oh, historical manure. Shorts and t-shirt weather. Now it's back to a 2-layer day with the rain gear. I don't know, it's just insane. This weather is insane. I don't know, the sky is falling. The pond heated up a little bit, so it's steaming. It looks like it's very inviting. It looks like it wants you to jump in. We were gonna do that, rescue the cube with the tree that's leaning over that thing, but it seems to be too wet right now. It's just dangerous when you're working in a lift. We're just waiting for the weather. Always waiting for the weather. Oh, that's the fire. This is our plan. Our plan today is to build our kind of like a patio, like a stone patio area for the evaporator that's going to sit here. So in the springtime we can boil our maple syrup and be covered from rain and whatnot, because it tends to rain a lot in the spring. We're just collecting some stones, and yeah, we're getting set. We got to set our first sleepers, because we're gonna make a wood, kind of like a hybrid wood slash rock area. The rocks being non-flammable. Well, how's that for locking out? We've got 3 sleepers, which are cedar, so they'll sit down on the dirt and they won't rot for a very long time, primarily because they're cedar and they're covered from the rain. They got no rain hitting them. And we've got our deck boards that are going to go on top of it. These are about 2 foot on center. If you were worried about it collapsing, you'd put more, but I'm not. And if it does, you're going to go exactly 2 inches to the ground. It's just kind of a structure that's going to support our deck board. A mighty fine structure it is. I don't know how it got so level so easily. That's usually a struggle to make that level. Determining our height now, because we want to put our stone patio in. I've got the most help today, so I'm going to utilize that help by putting in a stone patio. So we just got to set our height for right now. We ended up using some sand that we had left over from the pond excavation. It's kind of got clay in it as well, and it kind of really packs really well. So what we did was we dumped a couple of scoops underneath the overhang in order to give us a good base for our stones. And then we're gonna set our stones in kind of like a cobblestone sort of fashion. And it gives us a nice non-combustible surface for the evaporator to sit on. Once the rocks are all laid down in a random pattern, we ended up adding a bucket of clay sand to kind of grout it. It's kind of like a polymeric sand when you do interlocking stone. And then once that sets up and hardens, it won't allow any weeds to grow, and it'll be relatively clean and keep the mud off of everything once it's dry anyways. What do you think, Bean? Hey? That nice and cool? When are you moving in?
Well, probably a couple of weeks from now.
Oh yeah?
I got my stuff down here.
I don't know if you guys can tell out there, but the mosquitoes seem to have woken up. I don't know if the humidity rose, and the mosquitoes decided to come out and say hello. So they're out in full force right now. You can kind of see a swarm. They're kind of following us. I need some more people down here as bait for the mosquitoes. All right, we just got the front left to do. We're gonna add our sleepers, but then I gotta mill some more wood up because we don't have enough deck boards. So we've got our area pretty much cleared out, and there's the couple of roots that we had to sacrifice in order to make it all flat. But it's interesting that these things, what does that smell like? Have a whiff of that, Don. That smells very, what do you think?
It's either peppermint or wintergreen. Or
Is it like is there a winter mint?
winter mint?
That smells,
It's really
you
nice,
could almost
actually.
eat that.
Yeah.
Like if that was gum, that's delicious. I don't know what that tree, I think it's silver birch or something like that, but it's yellow birch?
Yellow bird.
The other Don says yellow birch. Does that smell like, you could eat that. You could probably make tea out of that.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you
should-
could.
Yeah, it's very nice.
If you get the dirt off of it and then stick the root inside I can't stop smelling it. It's good. Hey Bean, what do you think? Bean's like, oh, okay. She'll chew on it. Okay. No. She's like, meh, it's a stick.
Maybe that's the coffee that.
We're under a secret. We're gonna make some winter mint. I think it's coining that term. Winter mint coffee. That's delicious.
Or the tea that they use for the.
Pivot! Uh-oh, too far. Oh, gotta go that way. Straight. There we go. That's beautiful. Just temporarily put it on. So I'm taking it off for the winter or for the summer. Once the sleepers were good and level, I ended up using spruce that I had milled out for deck boards. And then I screwed those in place, and that gives me a nice solid plank for the front porch. I'm trying to make the best of a kind of a tricky situation where the slope of the overhang lean-to roof wasn't quite great enough to allow proper drainage. There is probably over an 8-foot length. There's about a 4 or 5 foot drop. I'm not sure what that pitch is. The concern we're having is snow load. Not necessarily snow load. I know it'll hold the snow. We're more concerned about ice dams. So this piece of flashing here is tucked up underneath the existing roof and then comes out about 18 inches onto the existing roof. And I believe that's enough to give us a little bit of a buffer for the ice or the water backing up underneath the flashing. And Again, worst case scenario, if that were to occur, it's dripping on the outside of the building anyways. And it's got to be a perfect storm for that to occur. I think we're pretty much safe with a piece of flashing that comes out this far. And if it doesn't work, we'll fix it. Yeah, I hear you. It's brown. It doesn't match the other roof. But you know what? A little bit of paint's going to fix that up, no problem. And you only be able to tell if you get a magnifying glass and you get up here and have a look at it. So once it's all painted same color, nobody will know the difference. It'll be our little secret. I started off building my front porch using slabs from the sawmill. They were the refuse cedar logs, and I set them in the ground by digging trenches and leveling them up. And then after they were level, I ended up using spruce, I believe, decking boards, which I nailed off to the slabs that were sitting there. And those sleepers, because they're set in mud and they are made of cedar, they should last forever. This is the joys of having a tin roof when it rains. It's so relaxing. We're in the middle of a thunderstorm. As you can see, our roof is working very well. Even where our flashing is, you can see it right there through the skylight. That's pretty cool. You can see we have a slight slope to the front. That's a great place for a rain barrel, I think. Always have water when we need it. Ideally, it probably should have been sloped to the other side, but live and learn. The sky has opened up. It's much quieter in here. What do you think, Chris? Very peaceful, isn't it? Rain on a tin roof. Thank God, is that nice? It's nice and relaxing in here. Yeah. Here in a tent, it would be slightly more miserable. We're just peeling bark. Nice rainy day project. You know, what do you think? What do you think of this job?
It's warm.
It's warm. You can't see it, but Dawn's glasses are fogging up.
Very humid.
It's very humid today. It's I don't know, about 30 degrees and about 92% humidity, and it's sticky. And we're peeling bark. This is one of the processes, I guess, which should have been done when the tree was originally died. Which these trees were always standing dead, so the bark has kind of laminated itself to the trunk. When a fresh log, when a tree is fell and it's fresh, generally speaking, the bark comes off relatively easy. But these were dead standing logs, so the bark has amalgamated itself to the trunk itself. So we're kind of peeling off the bark in anticipation for chinking. It's chinking day. We even got Chris here. Chris is over here. Where are you?
It's too hot for a hat.
Too hot for a hat. Look, he's
the rare opportunity, swimming, and when it's too sweaty hot for a hat.
It's gross. Like, we're not used to this. Like, literally, what was it? A week and a couple of days. It was not this Friday, but the previous Friday, it was snowing here, and now it is 30 degrees and 100%. The humidity's going up as I talk. It's hot. So our goal today is to get rid of the bark that's still on the logs in order to get our chinking to stick, because we want to be able to put the chinking directly to the log. that's what we're gonna do. Or we're just gonna melt. Oh. Alright guys, I figured I'd bring you guys up to speed on what we're doing. The task at hand today is we're going to start installing metal lath into the cracks because we're going to start chinking. Now I've done some research, I've watched some videos, and I'm basing it upon other YouTube videos, primarily The Outsider. He's got a really cool cabin he's building, and he used metal lath, and he used roofing nails along the base of the metal lath, and he used Ardox nails up at the top to hold his lath in. Now I thought that was a great idea, and I thought, you know what, I always like to base what I do on other people's experiences and maybe build upon that. So I thought, you know what, let's use that as a starting point and see if we can improve on it. So I've developed my own little system on how to install this lath, maybe make it a little less tedious, because it is really tedious. We've done 2 strips, and it hasn't taken that long because we've used some modern technologies. Is it that time of day again? It's cool tool time. This is the modern cool tool. This is a roofing nailer. It takes coils of roofing nails. You install them inside there, you click them shut, and it allows you to fire roofing nails at breakneck speed. And it's gonna help us put our lath in today. So that guy there, cool tool, roofing nailer. It also nails in shingles. Got the chicken inspectors down here. What do you guys think? Or ladies? What ladies? Ladies, what do you think? Got any eggs for me? Got any eggs for lunch? What do you think? They don't care about chinking. Although it's suspicious that there's one not here. There's 6 egg layers, and there's only 5 down here. I wonder if the other one's probably suntanning in the bush or something. Hey, where's the other one? You left her behind. Go find her. How's that for progress? We've got the entire front of the cabin all meshed up, and it looks like we did nothing. But if you look really closely, you can see that the wire mesh is tucked between the logs on an angle that'll shed water for years to come. What do you think, Don?
Good.
It's good?
It's good.
No mice are getting in.
Not this way.
Not this way. They have to go from underneath or go through the door. They'll find the way in. Mice have a uncanny ability to get in everywhere. That's a lot of mesh. How are your fingers? Did you get any blood?
A
little bit of blood?
A little bit of blood.
A little bit of blood. Yeah, I got myself, and Don got fish hooked in his arm, and he was stuck. I had to rescue him. I was going to film it, but I thought that was going to be cruel, so I didn't. I just took him out, and he got like wedged in between. It was not good. Stuff's like, it's like working with razor blades. It's fun stuff. Don's a tough guy. Anyways, we're going to continue on doing this mesh all the way around. We're going to spare you the trouble of watching it because, yeah, you guys don't have to watch it too. We just have to, I'll show it to you when it's all done, and it'll look very much the same as when we started, but but the mortar will have something to attach to. The chinking will have a good spot. What I was going to say is this mesh is actually used for many different things besides just chinking. It's the actual, they use it as decoupling membrane for ceramic tile. They put it underneath ceramic tile and then they put a mortar bed on top of it and they lay ceramic tile. They also use it for patching walls like plaster and lath. This is the lath part of it. I've had this stuff outside for years and it doesn't rust. So even if it doesn't get completely covered with mortar and embedded, it'll still not rust. Not that expensive either. It used to be about $3 a sheet. It's actually tripled, but still, it's still cheaper than most everything else. Oh, oh, sorry, buddy. Did I wake you up? Oh, there's the babies. They look like they're hungry. They're really ugly.
Yeah, they're not very cute.
Robin babies are not very cute. Anyways, these guys have been along for the ride. What you got there, Don?
It's got a chisel.
It's got a chisel. There's got a little bit of bark left on that
And
one
some,
log.
Some stubborn bark.
All bark is stubborn. Can't even see what we're doing. Well, you can see when you run this close, but from afar you can't actually tell what we're doing. This is the mesh that's going to hold all of the cement inside the logs. So we've got to go around every single log and nail off every single inch of the wire lath in order to give us long-lasting chinking. We've got 2 more sides to do. I've got a little bit of blood left. By blood, this stuff is sharp. Don's lost a little bit of blood. We're still going. Got a little bit of bark left to take off on that thing. We're gonna get this thing done. Well, guys, we're moving right along here. We have all our wire mesh on the outside done. It took it exactly, well, maybe not exactly, but it took about 16 man-hours of time in order to put mesh on every single crack and every single log and around every single butt corner on this entire cabin, which in reality isn't terrible. It's, you know, it's a modern solution to the chinking problem. Got nails up and bottom, ties everything together. We've got a little bit of a fire going. We're cleaning up all the debris that's laying around. It's also good for keep the mosquitoes away because it kind of gives a little bit of smoke, and the mosquitoes don't like the smoke, so they just kind of go away. So we've got the inside to do. Got my motivated crew. Got Chris there. He's motivated. It's exciting, isn't it? Yeah, this is like the kind of stuff you kind of want to just get done and forget that you ever did it. I don't recommend doing this. It's a lot of work. It's the right way to do it, but it is a lot of work. So we're just gonna get through it. We're gonna get through it, right, Chris? Come on, show me some positivity.
Or we could
what? Just go fishing.
live as is.
Just go as is.
Yeah, to keep the big bugs out.
Like the squirrels.
A little drafty, but
Yeah, it'll keep the really big ones out, like the cicadas. The cicadas will stay out, and the giant moths and the June bugs maybe. But the mosquitoes have got free range through those mesh. Maybe go tighter mesh. We should pack it with steel wool on the inside.
drafty.
Drafty. It's fresh. Fresh. You don't need an HRV in this thing. It's got its own heat recovery. Maybe not heat recovery. It's got its own ventilation. Hey, let's get the inside done. Come on, let's get this done. Look at us go.
Waiting for you to lead the way.
Lead the charge! More wire mesh. All of the wire mesh. Well, we gave her the old college try. We ended up running out of wire lath for the inside. We've almost got it done. We probably need 2 more sheets. So we'll pick those up later and finish off the inside. Next step is the chinking of the actual adding the cement to between the wire mesh. Well, good morning, guys. We're bringing you back to the log cabin for episode 95 of the cabin build. Just bringing you guys up to speed. Last week we played around with wire meshing. We added wire mesh to the spaces between every single log in order to accept our chinking, which is coming next. I've got a nice pile of sand, and I'm gonna mix it with some cement or some Portland, and I'm gonna make somewhat of a slurry. I'm gonna pack it in the crack, and that's gonna be the best thing ever, right? You gotta film that sort of thing. It's gonna be awesome. While you guys are waiting for this video to come out, I cut another strips of mesh because still gotta finish off the inside of the cabin with the meshing, and then we can get right on buttering this guy up like a big cake. It's never good when you hear one of those helicopters. Can we see it? No. Come rescue me from chinking! I don't think anybody wants to help chink. This is not a job that's gonna be awesome or fun, but I'm gonna try to make it as entertaining as possible. Again, I don't know how to do that. We're gonna try. We're gonna try very hard to make this interesting. I've got a couple of helpers coming. I think my brother's coming. I think Don's coming. And we're just gonna get it done. Because you know what? This is something that it's just like a Band-Aid. You just gotta rip it off and get her done. Get the outside done, get the inside done. And then we can move on. It's kind of like one of those things in life where you just gotta do it, regardless if it's fun or not. You know, for the greater good. Because it's gone on, quite frankly, too long. So as my intro. Didn't spill a drop.
Oh, that's pretty good.
There's lots where that came from. We managed to get all our supplies. By supplies, I mean we need water, we need sand, and we need Portland. Now the mixture, it's gonna be a little bit of a trial and error, but I'm planning on doing 1 part Portland, 3 parts sand, and I'm hoping that gives me enough flexibility in order to have my chinking not fall apart. You want it to stick, you want it to be hard, but you also want it to be soft and malleable. So we're gonna give it a whirl, and worst case scenario, we do it all over again. I think those gloves, those are the special ones we got from Princess Auto. They were only $3.
These are beautiful, nice and soft.
Aren't they nice and soft?
Don't care for the. There
we don't need to.
There. Yeah, no, they are very soft and supple, and
we don't got. They're work gloves, but
yeah.
It's a good pair of work gloves, right?
Yeah, they're
doesn't matter.
like,
Doesn't matter where they're from.
Calf skin or something. They're very nice.
It's always good to have a good pair of work gloves. It's kind of like it's getting like a new pair of shoes for your hands. Well, I hope you enjoy those. I got more. When you wear those guys out, I got more. I stocked up. Turns out they were on sale for like less than half price, so I grabbed a whole pile of them because I'm still switching from winter gloves. So I've got the fuzziness and your hands start to sweat. Those are like summer gloves, so they work really well. Favorite thing to do in the world?
It's not my favorite, but like all things, it has to be done. So we'll get it done, and then we'll move on to the next step.
How are those gloves treating you?
These are beautiful. They
haven't
hardly. The wire doesn't catch in them as bad as I thought they might, and they're protecting my hands, so they're a godsend. Thank you very much.
You haven't got any blood yet?
No, not yet, which is unusual for myself.
See mine? I already drew blood this morning. Yeah. I wasn't having no gloves on. I was cutting the mesh. So, anyways, this is our progress. So you can see where we nailed it, tops and bottoms, and this is when it's not nailed. It's just kind of Dawn's tucking it in place, and then I go back around and nail it with the nail gun. And then there won't be any mosquitoes, Dawn. That's exciting.
No mosquitoes in here.
That's that is true. There'll still be mosquitoes outside. So once we get all the concrete in here, we won't have any mosquito problems. And the weather has changed yet again because we've got it's like a cold snap that happened. It got down to like 7 degrees overnight. Everything, maybe the mosquitoes just packed up and went souther. More south. Anyways, we're gonna get some nailing done. It's loud. I got my earmuffs on because it's just a loud and obnoxious banging. So once that's done, we can start our concrete. The current status of the inside of the cabin is that we've got most of the wire mesh in, the wire lath. We're just working on the bottoms and the tops. We ran out of mesh last week, so we had to pick up some more. Set it in place. I don't know if you guys can see that. You set it in the cracks, and then you add nails to the tops and the bottoms in order to hold it in place. I'm just working on this little section here, getting the bark off. There's a little bit of stray bark that needs to be removed because you don't want bark between the mesh and the log and the cement, because the bark will eventually come off and moisture gets trapped underneath. So we just got to remove that, and Bob's your uncle, away we go. I don't like your ham sandwich.
No, I tried.
All right, so we've decided on our specific recipe. I've got in hand the multiple different kinds of recipes there are for chinking. And the one we went with is 1 part Portland cement, 3 parts coarse sand, because we happen to have lots of coarse sand and we have a very limited amount of Portland. There's other options like 1 part lime, 2 parts Portland cement, 3 parts masonry sand. We don't have any lime. 4 parts clay. We have clay. 2 parts wood ash. That'd be lots of wood ash. We have lots of that. 1 part salt. That's weird. I don't know why you'd put salt in it. 6 parts sand, 2 part Portland cement, 1 part lime. We're gonna go with the 1 part Portland, 3 parts sand, and we're gonna go with that and see how it works. And if it doesn't work, like I said, we can always redo this. It wouldn't take us that long. We've got our mesh all done, so Don's gonna start making our. You're making some porridge.
So 3 parts.
3 parts sand, 1 part Portland. We're going to start on the back because you can't see the back that well. So you always want to start on the side that you see the least amount of. So I've never done this before. It's going to be a slight learning curve. I've got my drywall hawk with my, I don't know, a little trowel. And we're going to force it in the cracks and see what happens. I've already learned something. I am right-handed. I'm going to start on the other side. After the mortar's set up a little bit where it's kind of, you don't get your fingerprint in it, you can use a little brush. This looks like a giant toothbrush. Don brought this actually. Is this your toothbrush?
No, it's my brush for the back.
Oh, it's your back brush. Okay. So anyways, so usually once it's set up, you can just kind of tool it like that. And you're just kind of smoothing it out, getting rid of the imperfections, and then the crumbs will just fall off and it leaves you a nice smooth surface. I've never done a log cabin, but this is how I do parging.
Get a similar effect with your hand, as long as you're wearing rubber gloves, so you don't wear your fingertips off.
Doesn't that look nice? I'm pretty impressed with that. I'm impressed that we got it looking this good. Look how good that looks. We're at the end of the day, and we've accomplished quite a bit. We've managed to get about one side done. It's taken us about 2.5 hours. We started slightly after lunch after we got all our wire mesh done. We've used roughly a bag, actually half a bag of Portland cement and a whole bunch of sand. But the sand is the cheap part. The Portland is the expensive part. Never used to be the expensive part. I think Portland's now $15 a bag. So that's the expensive part. So we're at $7 worth of material. We're gonna have to let it set up a little bit longer and then tool it out to get a nice smooth finish on our chinking. But if we get too far today, because it's gonna start cooling off at night, it won't set up until, like, you know, past my bedtime. And that's the last thing I want to do, is come out here and smooth it out. But it's important to smooth it out, otherwise it'll look ragged. It's always good to sleep on a new technique, and the next time when you wake up in the morning and you start again, it's always easier to do after a good night's sleep. Your brain thinks about it while you're sleeping. Makes you better at doing something you just learned. You gonna be dreaming about this tonight?
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. Come on. It's just like, you know, it's like playing in the sandbox, right?
It's a little more dangerous. A few more cuts, scrapes, but
It's caustic and it'll peel your skin off, but
that's right, yeah.
But it's kind of just like playing in the sandbox. There's a lot less cat poop. Welcome to day 2 of the chinking process. We're back. We've had an overnight to let it dry, and it seems to work really, really well. It's nice and hard. It's stuck on both sides. It's nice and feathered out. So it's nice and smooth. I think this is a success. If everything can go like just like this, finding new and interesting ways of giving myself blisters in the forest. What do you think, Don? Did you get any blisters last night?
No.
Because you got the gloves. Yeah, that's right. I got pre-existing blisters from using the snips to cut the mesh. So yeah, my fingers are a little sore today. But anyways, we're gonna start chinking this back wall. I'll give you an update and see how long it takes. Start the stopwatch. Start the stopwatch. We'll see how long this takes. This has got no windows, no obstructions, no doors in the way, so it should go relatively quick. So what's your technique there?
Well, I kind of roll it up in a ball and just
Look at that.
heave it in. Just gets good penetration, and I'm gonna have to come back because this is a little it's a little wet right now. So it's but once that hardens up, I'll add a bit more.
So it's all about good penetration.
It's all about that's the secret.
And just like that, through the magic of YouTube, this wall has been mortared or chinked. Chinked is the technical term. We're going to move on to the third wall. We've got 2 walls left, which is the other side. Do the same thing again, but this time you guys can watch. This is the time-consuming part, is the corners to get around every little log, and the you just kind of skate across the sides with your pointing trowel sort of thing, and then you kind of smooth it out once it's half dry. So there's no real, I guess there's kind of a special technique. You work it back and forth, and it seems to work its way into the mesh and then locks in so it never comes out again. Well, hopefully it never comes out again. That's the plan. Forever. This is the forever version of the chinking process, or at least I'm told. Anyways, we're gonna test that theory out. It's not bad. We've gone through 1 bag of Portland, which isn't terrible. So 15 bucks so far, and that's given us 2 sides, so not bad. Well guys, that's a pretty busy day of work. We've got the front all chinked up. We've got to we got to tool it still, so it's got to set up. So I'm going to be here for a little while. It's got to dry a little bit so you can actually texture, or lack of texture, or uniform texture. It's going to be a fine piece of real estate when it's done. I didn't think it was going to quite look like this, but I'm pleased. I'm pleased with how it's turning out so far. Hey Don, what do you think? I think
I like it. I think it looks good.
it's really coming together. Who knew? Who knew it looked so cool at the end? I had my doubts, but now I'm pretty certain it's going to look fantabulous. Fantastic! Well, the sky's opened up. It's decided to rain. We're kind of finished the outside just in time. Now we can work on the inside. But it's good when you're using concrete and you want it to dry relatively slowly. If there's a lot of humidity and water in the concrete itself, it seems to harden the concrete process. I'm sure there's like a technical term for that sort of thing, but again, you don't want your concrete to dry too quickly. A lot of times they even recommend like soaking the concrete for days afterwards in order for it to harden to its fullest potential. This is our outside. It's nice and hard. It's drying up. It's going to dry to more of a light gray than this. This dark gray. I don't mind the dark gray, but I believe it's going to dry to more of a light gray color. So we're working on the inside today. Quite fitting that it's raining. Inside job. Don's mixing up some mortar. More mortar. More thin set. It's not thin set, it's mortar. Portland and sand. We're making mortar. This is the kind of the same style of stuff you would stick some bricks together on your house. So we've got our power pack, our Delta EcoFlow power pack. It's been our workhorse on this particular project. It's given us lighting in here because as we filled all the cracks in on the building, it's gotten dark in here because we can't see through the walls anymore. The technique inside here is going to be similar to the outside, but we're not as critical for rain shedding. So we're going to try to make the chinking more of a flat surface, even, as opposed to a sloped on the outside. Again, we sloped it on the outside in order to shed rain. Inside, hopefully we're not going to have any rain in here. As you guys can see, you can see the mortar being pushed in from the outside in, and you can see how it's locked onto the lath. And I think that's the key to have long-lasting chinking. So the idea on the inside is to push it as far out as we can, and it meets somewhere in the middle. I don't think it needs to get right to the outside. It'll probably help because it's almost like a double brick situation in an older style home. They leave a little bit of an airspace between both courses of brick. So that's the kind of thing I think we're going to do here, is that there's going to be a little airspace in there, and it's going to allow a thermal break. So it's not going to be like just a brick house. We've got to do 4 walls today in the same amount of time. So hopefully we've learned over the last couple of days on how to do it quickly, because we've got a lot to do. Holy Hannah! We're, I don't know, 3 coffees in. Got our back wall done, our side wall done. We've got 2 walls left to go, and we're running out of time. Running out of daylight and running out of energy. This is, it's getting hot too. It's getting like it's like a sauna in here. It literally really is, because it's gotten really damp outside, and I guess the humidity combined with the mortar and adding the water and chinking the logs. It's the end of the day. I don't know if we're gonna get this done. We've got two more, and it turns out that the inside is just as big, if not bigger, cracks than the outside for whatever reason. A couple more in. How you doing, Don? Don's been working on the cracks.
Corners.
Cracks and corners. Corner cracks. He's just kind of lobbing the mortar into the cracks.
Yeah, try to jam it in as far as I can.
And he wiggles it around to make sure it's really tight in there. So yeah, it's like finger paint with mud. And I'm doing the more mortar. It looks fabulous though. Fabulous. Hello? Come on in. You're doing a good job. Smooth out the knock the big chunks off.
I am knocking the big chunks off.
Alright, so you smooth it, use your stick, smooth the big chunks off. So what's your technique, Lena, to smooth out the mortar joints?
Well, I smooth it out with a stick.
Mm-hmm.
And I rub it like this.
Yep.
And then I paint it like this.
Perfect. And it makes a nice smooth joint.
And then I smooth it out like this.
That's a good job, buddy.
Like something's underneath this one.
Well, guys, there you go. It's easy as that. Just it's like child's play. It's like playing in the sand. So Lena's got the technique down pat. She uses a stick and she smooths out the mortar joints or the chinkings.
Little guy.
Hey, look at the baby birds. They're awake.
Oh. It's so sweet.
They're waiting for some food. I think Mama Robin's in the tree somewhere, waiting to give a bigger worm.
Probably they're hunting. Probably
they're hunting for worms. Yeah, they're gonna bring some food back for dinner.
Yeah, but they're a little baby jet.
Yeah. Okay. All right, we're gonna head down.
Pretty high.
I know it's scary. That's why we gotta hold on, right? Hold on, make it safe. So now we got 3 more rows left. Have you devised a system that works better?
Yeah, I kind of like chucking it in, and then you go back and smooth it out.
Look at that.
You live and learn, right?
The next cabin. It is going in there pretty good. All you gotta do is smooth that thing out now. Show us one more time. Look at that. The old mud chucking technique. That's good. It's good looking. I know there's going to be some guys out there saying, why didn't you put insulation between the chinking? And the reason why I didn't is because I did not want to trap moisture between 2 impermeable surfaces. Because what's going to happen with the concrete or the mortar, the chinking on both sides, is that if water ever gets in there and it has somewhere to live, let's say something like spray foam or even, let's say, Roxol insulation, what it's going to do is going to sit there and linger on top of the log. And I think what's going to do is going to take a path of least resistance. It's going to work itself into the log, and I believe it's going to rot our log over time. So I'm leaving it to dry out naturally. This is sort of the same idea when they built double brick homes. What they did was they put 1 layer of brick, they put an airspace, and then they put another layer of brick. And that allowed basically an airspace. So the airspace acts as insulation. Anytime you can trap air in a space, it acts as insulation. So it gives you a barrier from the hot and the cold. Synthetic chinking. There is a type of caulking that you can put between logs. It is the ultra modern version for log cabin. I did look into that sort of stuff, and I determined it is cost prohibitive. It would have been thousands of dollars to put synthetic chinking in this tiny little cabin. This isn't my primary residence. This is an occasional cabin that you may or may stay at. It's going to have an oversized fireplace in it, so I don't think it'll ever have a hard time heating this thing up. We're going to give it a whirl, and if it doesn't work, we can always revisit this later. All right, we're mixing our last batch. We actually, we ended up using 3 bags of Portland, which isn't terrible because the Portland bags were about 15 bucks a piece, so we're at 30, 45, $45 in Portland. I had some sand laying around, so really, this is a very cost-effective way at chinking. The wire lath, I think, was the most expensive part. So, anyways, that's where we're at monetarily on the chinking process. Don's last batch. This is exciting. Last batch. You're excited, right, Don?
Yeah, now that we know how to do it.
That's right. Now that we had to do it, we can do another one. I'm thinking a cordwood cabin. What do you think of cordwood cabin? Is it on your list?
I think it might be down there somewhere.
Don's got a bucket list of things that he would like to do. I don't know if a cordwood cabin. We've been talking about a cordwood cabin a little while because we got a lot of dead standing little logs. And if you don't know what a cordwood cabin is, it's using what looks like firewood to build walls of the cabin. You kind of set them like bricks. Well, guys, I'm pretty happy on how this thing all turned out. We've got everything chinked up. Everything's ready for the inside finishing. I'm not sure when I'm going to get to that. That might be like a, cooler weather sort of project.